Ba-da-ba-da-ba. Howdy, howdy, everyone. Welcome on in. I will still be responding, Egg. Just wanted to get this started also. But howdy, howdy, hello, everyone. Welcome back. Or not welcome back, I guess. Welcome to a little quick impromptu stream of me just doing a little more work on a special project. I know not yesterday, Wednesday, everything, all my days are blurring together. Um, when I finished Resident Evil, which was Wednesday, I think it's my sense of time is a little borked on that because I technically finished it on a Wednesday stream, but I didn't finish till like Thursday midnight something. Um, but I know then I said I thought I was pretty much done with this series or not series, this special project for today. That I was almost done. I just had a couple things left on two stat blocks. I was looking through my stuff again, and I just realized I apparently never saved those stat blocks. So they are nowhere near done, which is unfortunate. So I have two of them done, but the other two are not. And I apparently like all the progress out on that is finito, but that's whatever. Uh, okay, okay. I see, Egg. Yeah, so like yeah, I should always save, but I don't. That's not my style. I thought I did. But the issue was I think I it was a matter of like this was my old PC where like it probably just crashed on me randomly and I had like all the tabs open like I always do and I just never hit save because I'm like, "Oh, well, I just won't close the tab cuz I'm going to like keep working on this periodically throughout like the day." And then probably, PC crashed. I lost it all and then I just didn't bother to check because I'm like, oh man, whatever. Like I'm playing games, doesn't matter. Like it was just not top of the priority list, but it is what it is. But okay, so yeah, ideally I would like to find one more person at minimum than Egg to bundle with you. But I can talk to you more about that later. But yes, so today, for anyone who doesn't know or wasn't here Wednesday to listen to my explanation of what's going dog dig today, is okay. I'll definitely look into them. Is I'm currently working on a small little special project that I got the idea of a long time ago. A long time ago, being like a year and something ago. One second, I gotta turn down to a little bit. It's a little too loud. Uh, words, brain hard reset, something, something. Oh yeah, what I'm doing today. Oh my god, I get so easily distracted, and then it's like brain hard resets whatever apps like hard reboot things. Um, so today I'm working on a special project that I have been wanting to do for like a year and a half ish now because I think it'd be a very fun project and series to do in general. Where originally it was just the broad idea of I would like to create D&D stat blocks for different streamers. But then I was like, oh, that's gonna be a little more annoying and difficult. Having to think of things for like regular streamers and like YouTubers and stuff like that. So like let me actually make it a little bit easier on myself and do a series starting with VTubers, where I take different VTubers and I create D&D stat blocks for them. Ideally, these would be in groups of 3 to 4. Depending on who I am working on, I might make the up to 5. But ideally, I want to do small groups like 3 or 4 VTubers at a time, and they will be D&D stat blocks for we should do a one shot with the stat blocks, right? But like so like that's the thing, it's like so the stat blocks obviously you can use them either as NPCs or you can use them as monsters to fight against. We pick different VTubers and put them in a death battle. Well, that's the thing. So like, the group I'm working on today, which is the Kitsune Quartet, which is the Happy Fox, um one second. The Happy Fox, New Bun, Con Mocha, and Nini Starlight. They are 4 VTubers that I've been following for a hot second now, and they're super fun, super cute, and like so like the big thing is these little groups. I want them not just to be like regular standalone stat blocks that you can like NPCs or make them as enemies, but I want them to be like full fledged out, kind of like small like D&D groups and parties, which is why like I want to do them in these groups of like 3 to 4. because that's what D&D is really balanced around, is like 3 to 4 players in the party. So I feel like it makes the most sense to do it that way also when I'm creating these stat blocks. Um, and I know I mentioned it on Wednesday, but for those who weren't here, obviously, um, I already have 2 of them done. The only parts that aren't done on the first 2 stat blocks is essentially their legendary actions, because there's a D&D book that I purchased a while ago called Heliana's Guide to Monster Hunting. I actually have a video on that on my YouTube channel. If you guys would like to check that out, let me just quickly show myself. But oh my god, if I can hold shift down long enough to do an exclamation mark. On my YouTube channel, I do have a video covering the Heliana's Guide to Monster Hunting, which is an amazing D&D book. For anyone who is interested in D&D, I think the systems it introduces is absolutely amazing. I've used them in my D&D campaign, and my players have had tons of fun with it. But inside of that D&D book, there is one specific hunt that I thought was super interesting, because there is the final monster hunt, and the legendary actions that they have. It is shared legendary actions between 3 different monsters. I like the concept of this because depending on how many of the monsters are in the party or are alive at the same time, they can divvy up the legendary actions amongst all 3 of them, which they all have different actions. So in this particular case, I'm working on 4 of the fox girls. I keep deleting the source. I don't know why I keep doing that. Let me re-add this real quick. Temp. Ba-da-ba-da-bum. So anyone who wasn't here, I can just quick. Plus, I also just love showing off the art of it. Let's just put a boom. Of course, it's always omega big, shrink, shrink. So here's one of them. I'll just cycle through them as I yap. However, so the idea is between all 4 of these characters specifically, um, they will each have their own legendary actions, 1 or 2 legendary actions each. However, as a group, if you want to use them all as a group together, then they will have, like, I think it's a combined pool of 3 legendary actions that you can split amongst all 4 of them, or 3 of them, 2 of them, whatever, scaling as needed based on how many of them you have available to you in that group or in that encounter. And yeah, yeah, they're all super cool. I mean, obviously, if you follow D&D, if you like D&D, you should probably be able to tell what classes they all are based on what they look like. But I'm super excited about the idea and concept of this series, and I need to better understand the shared legendary action system, because they don't fully explain it in Heliana's guide. However, I don't imagine it being too difficult to, like, reverse engineer the balancing around it. And that's like the only thing that's like missing on the first 2 stat blocks. So actually, let me go ahead and just show those, because it doesn't matter like whether I'm yapping on my just chatting scene or on the actual what we'll be working on today. For a quick second, let me also just actually, I think if I zoom, no, it's not. I wish sometimes I could like resize this just enough to like push things around. Okay, that's fine. We will just swap around things over here. Okay. Oh, actually, that's perfect, because chat. I mean, chat's gonna be a little bit hard to read because it's a white background, unfortunately. But that's fine. That's fine. If it's a little hard to read on screen. Actually, I can fix that real quick too. Let me this one over here, and then this one, and then this, and then I think we change that to that. Hit save. And it should. Let me see. Blah, blah. Let's see. Does it work? Okay, perfect. Yeah, there we go. Now we can reach out again. I just remember to change that back after the facts. But yes, so these are the 2 stat blocks I currently have done. So like, there's also a big reason why this project has taken me for absolute ever, is because I feel like it'd be lazy just to be like, oh, okay, let me just find different VTubers. look at their like reference sheet or whatever, and like either find their lore video or read like their little like lore blurb if they have like a little paragraph of it or like a Google Doc connected to it, and just be like, oh yeah, let me just quickly read through these and just arbitrarily, I guess it's not technically arbitrarily, but just off the dome, make shit up and just go, okay, this one kind of looks like a mage, blah blah blah. So I'm just gonna give him magic. That's boring because it's essentially just a reskinned, already existing stat block, and I don't want to do that. I want these to be very I'm putting a lot of thought into these, and the biggest tell for that is the fact that I'm going out of my way to make sure that there are as many little like Easter egg, not necessarily Easter eggs, but like I'm making them like very tailored towards the streamer, towards the VTuber, and either jokes inside their community, different parts of their personality, all that stuff I am adding to their stat blocks because again, that's that's kind of the whole point of it. Did I did I already delete? Oh my god, why do I have such an issue with not deleting things? I immediately delete things as soon as I'm done, which is such a problem. Okay, let's create temp again. No, it's already existing. Not existing. Did I? Where the hell did I put it? What the hell? We're the same. Yeah, it's such a bad habit. What's so funny is like my best friend. He always dogs on me about it. He's like, "Key, you literally always do this to yourself. You literally always like instantly delete something when you're like you think you're done because you're frustrated, and then you screw yourself. You always do it." I'm like, I don't always do it, and always do I do it. So I will just. I think it makes the most sense. So like we have our first one, Happy, who is this stat block over here. So I'll just real quick rundown of her stat block and like what she is. For those who don't know her, so Happy is she's actually debuting her 2.0 model this Sunday. For those who don't know, but the big thing is she is a barbarian. Um, so as is per barbarian standard, she does not technically wear armor. She's unarmored. She just wears regular fur clothing. So AC 15 based off. Thank you for the hydrate, Demora. Oh shit, I actually need to refill my water. I'll do that in a little bit. But as is part of the barbarian, they have I think it's base AC 10 or is it base AC 8 plus their strength and is it strength and constitution? No. So it's base AC 10 plus their dexterity and constitution modifier is how you determine their AC. So I kind of I didn't arbitrarily pick their stats. I forget the exact train of thought I used to pick her stats because I'm pretty sure I did not roll them. No, I didn't. Okay, I think this is like the standard array that I use. Yeah, yeah, okay. So this is the standard array I use, which is a modified version of the regular standard array because I don't like the standard or I guess like the base print standard array in D&D 5e. So I tweak it just a smidge, um, and this is what I came up with. Uh, so because she's a barbarian, obviously she's gonna be extremely strong. Oh, my bad. I'm literally everywhere. So a big portion of this whole series is you can't see it. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. Let me just and then okay. So a big portion of this series is all the stat blocks I'm creating because D&D really is heavily balanced more so for levels 1, well not technically 1. It's more heavily balanced between levels 3 to 12 is where D&D is at its prime. 12 being like roughly the capstone peak of when D&D is like truly at its most fullest in terms of like balancing ease on the DM's part, intensity of the story without everything just being all right. You're all fighting just gods, and you need to just be like this giant slugfest of fighting. A giant meat sack of hit points. That is where D&D shines. Is 3 to 12, sometimes up to like 14, but like that is like the sweet spot of it. So for me, these stat blocks are all going to be around challenge rating 6, which should equate to a, according to how I balance encounters, a a fairly it should be an elite fight, a boss encounter for a party level of 5, or okay, okay. Sorry, I'm everywhere because like I'm super excited. Let me start from the top. Okay, let's go background first, and then we'll go to everything else because I'm jumping everywhere, and I feel like it's getting really confusing. I'm gonna start rambling. As I was saying about th- I like balancing encounters. D&D really shines between levels 1 or not 1, 3 to 12. Challenge rating can be utilized in many different ways. These stat blocks are all going to be roughly challenge rating 6, which means they can be utilized based on how I balance things at 3 different major breakpoints of your party level. You can, and these breakpoints being levels 3, 5, and 10. It feels kind of weird and arbitrary, but it really isn't all that arbitrary because at level 3 your party should be strong enough to potentially face off against one of these characters, one of these VTubers, as a elite or boss fight, as like my naming schema for it. At level 5 you should be able to, your party of 4 should be able to handle 2 of these VTubers, and at party level 10 you should be able to handle all 4 of the VTubers. Obviously, that would be tweaked a little bit, and the challenge rating might go up a little bit based on if I do manage to create a party of 3 or 4 or potentially even 5 of these VTubers in each of the series videos. Yeah, but like that's kind of like the 3 different breakpoints. I roughly want to create stat blocks that are going to be viable at 3 different points of your game and campaign. But yeah, so that is why they are at this level. They only have that much HP, so on and so forth. But it all makes sense. Happy loves she absolutely loves just like regular internet brain rot, which is hilarious. So when with her languages, I gave her common, which everyone is gonna have, and then skibbity because she loves brain rot. And there's a small little stint where she was doing a lot of like not necessarily skibbity toilet memes or jokes, but was just indulging more in that humor. There's a very big, not necessarily joke, but a very big trend where she doesn't call things or call people like beautiful. She always calls them like clever and handsome and herself. So, we obviously gave her that ability, which, uh, yeah. So instead of, because like when she plays games, like especially when she's playing the Elden Ring, when she was playing Elden Ring, she likes to play the Bonk character. She doesn't, really do a lot of like the in strats. She's very much like, let me just bulldoze through walls. So I thought it'd be really funny for her clever and handsome, to whenever she needs to use a intelligence check. If you decide to use her as a NPC, she can instead swap that out. The one Elden Ring to rule the ball, exactly. She can instead swap out her intelligence modifier with her strength or her charisma, so on and so forth. And then there's the basic like barbarian features like brutal critical, danger sense, feral instinct, which I also thought was just funny because sometimes Happy does get very feral on her streams. Reckless, which is a base barbarian action. Obviously, we gave her the great axe. So what was interesting was I based their class based on a weapon that they, like, someone way long ago, I think it was like a year and a half ago, randomly, arbitrarily in each one of their streams asked them, hey, if you could pick any fantasy weapon to utilize, which fantasy weapon would you utilize? And they all picked, Happy picked either a giant hammer or a giant great axe. Mocha picked a bow. uh New picked a staff, and then Nini picked magical book, which is how I determine the classes of barbarian, ranger, cleric, and mage, or not mage, wizard. Because I felt like Nini would be more wizard than sorcerer, just because of like a lot of her like lore stuff, where she has like a lot more. She has a bigger plethora of magic available to her versus sorcerer. Uh, and then obviously because they all are Kitsune quartets, I did give her I did give Happy, a claw attack because she is Fox Girl. And same with a little like tail swipe that she can do. Because again, she is Fox Girl. Obviously another basic barbarian feature, which is rage, available. But then obviously we changed the text a little bit to be a little bit more flavorful, a little bit more, encompassing of what she is. She also has like I love Happy's reactions during her streams. She is very animated. She is very loud, and I love that. It is such fun chaos. So like I can sleep with damn near anything. So it's kind of bad at times because like she's an Australian streamer, so she streams at like 5 in the morning for me. Um and like in spite of all of her like screaming and yelling, like I can sleep through that shit perfectly. But like the thing that always sticks out to me is there's times where like I don't know if you ever had it where like you're sleeping, you're dreaming, but you also like we're like watching a movie or like watching a video or something, and you can like hear the movie like still in your dream, like kind of playing like as an overhead like speaker type thing. The amount of times where like that's happened to me, like two happy streams, and all I hear is huh? Which is why I'm like, I have to add that as a feature, as an ability for her, where she essentially has her own version of counterspell, where she can interrupt. Um, it's not like directly counterspell, but it's like it allows her to, try to close distance and interrupt them from casting a spell, as she is like completely flabbergasted that someone's trying to do that to her. And then yeah, obviously the legendary actions. There's not gonna be any mythic actions. I just haven't deleted that from the stat block yet. But there's legendary actions I have not finished on her yet. But that should be super easy. Just at the end, sprinkle that shit on, because it's just, legendary actions more often than not are just gonna be an additional weapon attack or some other super special ultimate move that they will have. But I incorporated most of like their ultimate moves in their base stat block anyways, so it's probably just gonna be like an extra attack. Or I might move one of their special moves that I put in their stat block into the legendary action. But as I said, I need to like confirm and reverse engineer exactly how they did it in Heliana's guide for the shared legendary actions over there to determine the best way to actually do so. Now we'll quickly show off news. Let me pull out her art so it all makes sense of who we're looking at. Okay, I was confused for a second. Um, New, she is also a Fox girl. That's why they are the KQ squad, the Kitsune Quartet. They're all Fox girls, VTubers. And again, obviously, as I messaged you, so like, I'm spending a lot of time like researching the VTubers, joining the streams, listening in, seeing what the community is joking about, because I want to add as much flavor as I can into their stat block. I wanted to like genuinely feel like, hey, keep putting thought into this. Like not just like, oh, I put in thought, but it's like that like I don't want to say like that I understand the VTuber or anything like that. But like I wanted to feel like, okay, like this is, kind of like a fan art, fan project on my end, like to these different VTubers that I enjoy watching. And then obviously as I potentially keep branching out and keep doing this series with more and more VTubers, um, obviously I can't watch every VTuber out there, so they might become a little bit less personalized as compared to like the first, like 12 VTubers that I work on. But I want to really make it impactful, make it so like the community that does watch that VTuber, they can look at the stat block and like really see like, oh yeah, like this is like our VTuber, this is our streamer, and they can feel that looking at the stat block because it'll have all the different like elements of their stream incorporated into, or a lot of different elements of their stream incorporated into their stat block and what makes them them. You know what I mean? It's like for New, I first got introduced to her streams via ASMR streams. She does do gaming. She's also tons of fun. She's super fun and sweet. But as a cleric, we gave her scale mail and a shield. Obviously, you don't see it on the art, who cares? Everyone knows that like in D&D and stuff like that, like sometimes you put on armors and you still like imagine your character wearing like whatever suit or get up they had at like conception, regardless of like them wearing heavy plate armor or not. Or like conceptually you're like, oh yeah, I've always imagined them in heavy plate armor, but like until you got that plate armor in game, like in your mind they were still wearing plate armor, even though like stats wise they weren't. But like most modern RPGs also let you, toggle off your armor. So like you don't have to see it and you can see like the cool cosmetics you have underneath or like transmog it. If you play Warcraft, that's what they called it there. But like so that's why her AC is also really high because clerics tend to be kind of tanky. She has decent HP, obviously. As a cleric, she has not necessarily dog strength, but she is a lot more wise and charismatic because New is as I said, a very sweet person. I mean, all the fox girls have good charisma. Um, I think I give them all like high charisma stats because they're all very sweet. They're very kind people. Now, if I were to create one for myself, my charisma stats gonna be damn near like -8, -6. Like that shit's gonna be a negative modifier on my end. I am not charismatic by any means. I am a feral animal. In my current DD campaign, that is like the constant running joke that like me and my group we want to try to like solve things peacefully at times, and then we'll like as we're talking about like, oh, okay, so how are we gonna get out of this situation? Like, oh, well, we need to talk to this person, and then so the other person will be like, ah, we need to talk to them, huh? So I guess we're gonna go with violence then because none of us have charisma. I think I have the highest charisma in the group at a 13. So it's like a +1 modifier. No extra bonuses. Like, bruh, we cannot talk to people. We fail every single charisma roll unless we like roll a nat 20 on that shit. And it's just like, yeah. I am not charisma. I am very much unga bunga. I set things on fire type shit. But it is what it is. So high charisma, obviously. Just normal common language. Because in New's lore, she is a celestial like moon fox. Obviously we give her, a moon goddess effect, which lets her uh, grant blah, blah, blah. Yeah. So she allows, so she can, quote unquote, bless them, so on and so forth. Really just like shine on whenever her community or, her allies to give them advantage on a wisdom saving throw, 3 times a day. Those who do watch New, as I said, I first got introduced to her via ASMR. And as a cleric, I think it'd be super cool if, I incorporated those things. So she does a lot of, like affirmation in the beginning, she was doing a lot of like affirmation triggers, or that's what a lot of people were like redeeming. And because she does do ASMR, um, obviously time for eeps because it was always, meant to help calm people down and help put them to sleep at the end of the day and shit like that. So incorporating things like that from her stream. I think my favorite part that I added to her stat block, however, was her dream brick, which you guys can see on her little wrong one. This which you guys should be able to see here. It was a running joke that happened from before I started watching her, but she explained it later on, so like I understood it. But she had one trigger that she was doing in ASMR where she was like experimenting with something, and her entire chat was like, "It sounds like you're rubbing a brick on the mic." So they kind of like dubbed it the dream brick. So I thought that'd be hilarious to incorporate the dream brick, where she can actually throw this magical brick that will, return to her waistband, to her like belt, which will knock people out. Giving them a wisdom saving throw to essentially get knocked out instantly from it, while also doing a significant amount of damage because she's yeeting a brick at you. And then yeah, so on and so forth. Like picking her spells, I put a lot of forethought into like what spells would you pick or utilize because when she is in like gamer mode and is locked in, like she is very vicious. Like it's so funny when she was playing Mario Party or currently she's going through like the Halo series, and it is a running like Gamba joke in her stream of how many times is she gonna team kill her ally and mod Drek. So obviously we have to incorporate a lot of combat spells, not just healing spells, in her cleric stat block. And then yeah, obviously we have legendary action, which I have not fulfilled yet. So today, long preamble, long setup. But today we'll be working. I'm unsure if I want to work on Mocha first or if I want to work on Nini first. I think because I already currently have Ranger open, we'll do that one first. So bloop, make this a little smaller. That way it is just visible. Oh, that's why it moved. Okay, there we go. Then we do that. So I think we're gonna, as I said, probably work on Mocha next, which she is a ranger. Blah blah blah. Is there a base that I can just? I'm much better at like grabbing a base and then changing things, just because creating things in D&D Beyond isn't overtly miserable, but it is not as immediately unga bunga user friendly as I would like it to be. Um, is it Scout? Yeah, I think Scout should be fine. This should be fine. It's obviously significantly lower level, and then we have to like buff it up. It's like over on the left, as you guys can see, I did find like generic like stat blocks to like kind of help me better understand the balancing uh around each one of these characters and how I should make a actual D&D class incorporated into an actual stat block. Because originally I was going through this when I was just trying to make it like just a pure monster stat block, even though I had like mentally the idea of like, oh, what class each one would be. It was a little weird and wonky in how it worked out because there is no D&D monster that actually has a lot of the base class features for each class, which made it not necessarily like annoying, but it was kind of frustrating because I did very much want these. I want each one of the VTubers in this series to legitimately feel like a character you can potentially play. Like I know, yeah, like I want them to be like a good actual like starting foundation stat block of each of the characters in case you know again want to run them as an NPC and not just as a monster to have your party fight against. But so change that to the actually no, just Mocha. Nah. Mo money Mocha. Howdy howdy Intel. Welcome on in. Hope you're doing well. Thank you for the hydrate Demora. I'm definitely yapping at like mock, crazy, and I'm very much like dry mouth. Alrighty. So today we get the fun of kind of going through the entire starting setup of their stat block. No alignments. Mocha's definitely a chaotic good person. If you've ever attended one of her streams, she is 10,000% chaotic good. She never has any like ill intents, even whenever she's kind of being like a little bit of a jokester. But she is so fun and wholesome. Always like trying to help, but is like always on like the receiving butt end of like jokes and humor. Like yesterday, she was playing Peak with Say, Fade, and Yeah, I think it was Silver. I forget exactly. Um, and that was a ton of fun. But like they were constantly like feeding her like poisoned apples and stuff like that. And then every time she was like trying to be silly, goofy, and like get them back, they were immediately no. So yeah. All right. How did they recommend we go about incorporating? Okay, I'd one or both third level features, seventh level feature. Oh yeah, yeah. Oh, okay, 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 okay. Yeah, yeah. Because these technically are, um, essentially the equivalent of seventh level characters, it is important to be able to look at what the subclass is, because the subclass also very much changes what features they will have available to them. So for Happy, I did give her, let me just go back to Barbarian. Her specific subclass of Barbarian, yes, it was the Wild Heart. Actually, no, this is the 2024 rules. Fuck those. Go back to the ones I know by heart. I think it was Path of the Beast. Yeah. So that's why she has the claw and the tail attack. Is because we gave her the Path of the Beast Barbarian stat block, subclass, which is why she has all the extra features of this specific subclass in her stat block also, to be full encompassing. So for Mocha, I'm thinking based on her personality, Walnut, and her like so like the reason on top of like giving because like everywhere she picked. We're nerding out. Yes, we very much are in Harubrika. It's like so the big thing was like Mocha selected that she wanted in a fantasy world she would be using a bow. So like okay, that could easily be fighter, that could easily be rogue with bow, but because she also loves, she has a bunch of like animal mascots all over her streams. Walnut, I'm forgetting Caramel, and then she is introducing a new little homie to be representative of Chat, which I forget the name that she gave him, but she loves to have a bunch of little animals as like little mascots all around her streams. So like, there's no way we can't have her be a ranger. So I'm hard leaning making her a Beastmaster Ranger just for that fact alone. That way we can incorporate caramel or walnut into like as a substat block that I will create later, which should be significantly more straightforward because it's just little monster stat block. Because otherwise, I would want to utilize the Tamer class from Heliana's Guide, but they don't necessarily directly use bows. So I think Ranger is still the better choice. Where I feel like Beastmaster isn't the strongest Ranger subclass, I do think is more thematically accurate for Moga's stat block. So that is what we're gonna do for her. So I'd want her both of the third level features. So for Beastmaster, okay, yeah. So obviously she's gonna get Walnut as her magical beast. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay. Da da da. Companion. And then yeah, I'll create walnuts later specifically, but for the time being, we'll just add it here. Beast. Oh my god, come on, I can type. Oh my god, you guys are gonna see my inability to type and spell, and how I can never hold shift long enough. Beastmaster. Uh, walnut. Cause like Exercise. One second. 'Cause I cannot type and think at the same time. So there's gonna be a lot of moments where like I kind of just stutter and get like halfway through saying something and then never finish until I'm done. So like there was a recent stream, I think it was on April Fools, where she had Walnut do like a small kind of like mini ASMR stream, and Walnut size has always like she's always shown it to like vary whether Walnut is incredibly tiny or kind of massive. So we're gonna give him not necessarily giga size, like we're using like ginormous, but we will be incorporating in his stat block that he can essentially like at will change his size. Like when he's in combat mode, he goes from his normal tiny form to I think I'll let him go up to a small form. Maybe I don't think medium. I think medium would be too big, so we'll make him go up to a small form. But we'll let him change size, and obviously Mocha is 20 feet tall in her lore, so and Walnut was able to pick up her model and yeet her about. So Walnut will also be incredibly strong. Those are just more so notes for me to remember for later on whenever I'm creating. Yeah, Mocha's canonically 20 feet tall. Because if I remember correctly, I think during her debut this year, she I think originally was gonna have like closer to her actual height, and then chat immediately started like kind of talking about how short she was gonna be, and then she like last minute impromptu changed it to 20 feet. So as a actually so because of that, she's gonna be large category size because she's 20 feet tall. She's gonna be towering over the rest of the KQ group. However, we will then also give her an ability to 20, but she forgot the decimal point between the two numbers. Right? She can box a dragon. Exactly. We'll give her a size change ability to become medium size. So yeah, we'll give her an ability that just a base trait where she can change her size and be the same size as the rest of the KQ group for whenever they are, resting in inns and other stuff like that. That way, you don't need to make encounters or situations where she actually, where you need to have like 25-foot tall ceilings or whatever. Otherwise, she's completely hunched over, full gamer hunch. All right. Level 7 feature. Beginning, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so actually, this is super easy because we picked Beastmaster. Because when it comes to her features, there's almost nothing we need to necessarily add to her directly. A lot of it is just that Walnut can do more. You use bonus action command. In addition, blah blah blah. Other creatures. Okay. So that in her stat block, all we need to do in the bonus action is can command walnuts, and it doesn't have to be an action like it normally is up until level 7, where you need to use your action to command your pet. And then here we essentially are done, except for a couple small class features on the Ranger, which I think should actually be on this. So I don't think I need to keep this open, but I will still have it just in case. Blah, blah, blah. 1 second, I gotta just do something real quick. I think it's been time. Oh, okay, someone else got it. Okay. Back to what I was doing. Ba ba boom. Okay, so actions, bonus sections, traits, archery specialist, yes. So definitely she needs to have archery specialist. Because she will be using her bow. So for anyone who is looking at her stat block, this makes it easier for them to understand where a lot of the bonuses come from and why she has an additional +2 to her hit chance. So, because like originally, because Mocha also is a big League fan and League player, but more specifically a Teemo fan and Teemo player, I was almost one to change her weapon from a bow to a blow dart. However, I decided instead, as you guys can see in her little art piece over here, to just give her the like Teemo hat and goggles instead. That way, we can still incorporate her love of Teemo without giving her a significantly worse weapon, and she can still utilize. Yeah, exactly. So again, it's like that is why like this VTuber series is taking me so long, is because I am spending like an intense amount of time like researching each of these VTubers to see what abilities I want to give them, and then I already have ideas for like the second group, and the third group. I need to confirm. I need to watch a couple more of the people you just suggested, Egg, for the third grouping. But yeah, the second group, I have a solid idea of who I want in that group. Right now, it's just currently a group of 3. I'm unsure if I want to add a fourth. I will probably talk to one of them a little bit more. I won't say who. That way, it can be a surprise arena for everyone. So yeah, I need to talk to her to see if she thinks the fourth makes sense in that group, or just keep it as the three. Because more often than not, whenever there is fan art of them, uh, it is the three that I'm thinking of. So I think I might keep it as three, but I'll ask, inquire about the potential fourth there. I do have a solid idea of who I potentially want in like group four for this series. However, I need to find ideally one more person for that group that makes sense too. So it is a small challenge. And then yeah, like I have a bunch of VTubers like I'm planning or like I would like to incorporate. It's just a matter of like how to group them is like the real struggle. On top of then like finding an artist to do the art for it. But I think I have a solid idea of who I'm gonna use for the art for like I think pretty much the rest of the series. Maybe not the second set. No, no, she already knows. So yeah, I think I'll probably just use her for the entire rest of the series. But yeah, yeah. Command walnut with bonus action. Oh yeah, I was doing, and then I will reflavor the text later. +2 bonus to attacks, attack rolls made with ranged weapons. I will also incorporate a. Ooh, actually, yeah, yeah. So main weapon will be longbow, obviously. And then blowgun, blowgun for additional incorporate Timonus, which will also deal poison. I forget exactly the damage on blowguns, so I'll look that up here in a second. But poison damage and roll 1d4 odds, just poison, evens, blind for 1 turn. How intense is my D&D memory? Very intensive. I have I have almost every single base stat block, or not base stat block, base class and subclass memorized. Almost every single one. And then when it comes to like most creatures, I actually have a lot of their stat blocks also memorized because of my Encounter Workshop series, where I create D&D encounters, like plug and play D&D encounters for every single level in every single region, while not utilizing basic monsters. I try to use monsters that people never see or never use. I come up with tactics for them, and I come up with quest ideas on how to incorporate that encounter into your campaign and stuff like that. So I've memorized a lot of stat blocks. It is ridiculous how many stat blocks I actually have memorized, which is bad because my DM for one of or like encounters that we had like I think like 4 or 5 months ago, I did not realize that she actually watched one of my videos. How's it feel to be so cool? It's not cool. It is my tism showing. But like so like the whole idea of like my Encounter Workshop series videos is DMs last minute prepping for session. They need an encounter. They can quickly watch one of these and drop that encounter, plug and play into their campaign, which is what happened to her for us. So she quickly watched one of my videos and just literally word for word, bar for bar, use the exact tactics that I mentioned, and she almost fucking killed us. And I was like, we almost never die. Like, how is it that we're almost dying? And she literally described the monsters in the encounter the exact way I like suggested to describe it. And I'm like, and I remember like all session that day, I'm like, something about this encounter feels so familiar. It sounds so familiar. I'm like, why do I feel like I know what each of these monsters are? And why do I have like this like sixth sense of I shouldn't do certain actions? And I was like, I don't know. Like, I'll just keep going on like how I, normally approach things. But like as the encounter kept going on, I'm like, I really feel like I know all of this. I'm like, and, just based off like rough number math, I think it's called napkin math, on how much damage I was dealing to the monsters. I was like, because again, like I have more or less like their HP, their AC, and all that other shit memorized. I was like, I'm like, I know this one's almost dead based on like how much damage I pumped into him. Like I know that one's almost dead. And like I was almost exactly spot on for like every single thing. And at the end of the session, I was like, hey, did you watch my video? She's like, yeah, I was panicking. I was like, oh wait, Key makes videos. Let me just see one of these if it's helpful real quick. And I just bar for bar, she's like, that is the closest I've ever come to killing your wizard. Was using your own strategies to kill someone. It's like, God damn it. And she's tried to kill me many times. And if it isn't a situation where like I actually just get one shot, by being surprised, I can almost always completely work around her bullshit and survive. Where she's like, yeah, but when it's your own strategies that counter your own way of thinking, I'm like, yeah, that's the hard part. It's like I could think of ways to kill myself really easily because I know how I think. It's not brain being too big. It's a matter of like, oh my god, it was so funny though because I'm like, that's the closest I ever got to dying, and it's because it was my own strategies on how to kill your party. But it's like it's all good, it's all fun. But like, she also did combine like two or three of the encounters in that video into one big encounter for us, which is why it was so unbelievably dangerous and deadly for us. Because she picked all like my elite fights, which are meant to be like, hey, you do this one fight in that like adventuring day, and that's it. And she gave us three of them on top of a couple other fights right before that fight. So it's like we were not coming in full HP, full resources, full anything. I had to do three of them back to back to back, or not back to back, but like all at once. It's like, yeah, this was rough, but it was a lot of fun. Obviously, we survived. I think my character, my wizard specifically, has died more times to his own actions, i.e., blowing himself up, as compared to anything my DM has ever thrown at him. I think every other time she's tried to kill my character, I've always weaseled my way out, but I've killed myself more times than she has. Because she gave me a spell called Mage Bomb, which lets me burn all my spell slots to essentially turn into a nuke. And I used that last session yesterday. And I did 431 force damage in a 100-foot radius. But because I also have a mechanical heart that, like, when I die, it will explode and instantly revive me like a phoenix. But I will also explode into like a pool of lava for like an additional like 8d6 or whatever, or no, 68 like fire damage. So like I had this giant 400 something, damage nuke go off, followed by like an additional 80 damage heart explosion. Only exactly. Oh my god, sorry, another real quick anecdote. She there was there was an encounter we had like a year ago where the monsters would clone our characters, like stat block and everything, and use all of our abilities against us. And it was supposed to be like, I forget what the exact puzzle was supposed to be, but whenever we saw like the first monster turn into our party's monk, it was like, okay, it's a monk. Because she was like being vague with the description for us to like be able to tell it was an exact clone of our party monk. It's like, oh, okay, it's a monk. I'm like, his tactics and skills seem kind of familiar. I'm like, he's playing a lot like our monk, but it could be a coincidence. Then we get to our party's second monk, who is also multi-class into rogue, and it's like, okay, this one feels a lot more familiar. And like as a party, we're like, okay, we roughly know the dangers of each of our characters. And then when we got to the third one, which was me, I'm like, guys, we need to end me now. And we didn't instantly blow up my wizard counterpart in like one turn, which was a big mistake because he actually killed the entire party minus myself because I knew exactly how to keep myself alive. Yeah, dude, I was like immediately as soon as she started describing like the third monster that was my wizard, I'm like, guys, like, no, burn everything. We need to murk me instantly. Like, if I live, if I'm allowed to cast any of the spells that I refuse to cast because I hoard my spell slots, we are doomed. Because one of my spells is called Reap, where I essentially do like Spectral Scythe that goes across the battlefield. It does a metric butt ton of damage. However, if it drops your HP to 20 hit points or less, it also just instantly kills you. You just insta die. Um, so like the party didn't instantly kill me because I also made myself damn near unkillable. I have so many abilities and features that actually I could just quickly show it. Uh, da da da. So like this is my stat block for my wizard. William, my boy. I got no HP. Actually, let me just toggle off chat real quick so you guys can see everything. And I don't need to move things around. So like I have almost no HP, as is, on par for being a wizard. However, I have really good AC because of I wear Elven Chain Mail, so it gives me base AC of 15 plus my high dex. So I have a total of 18. Because of my mechanical heart, I have immunity to fire and poison damage. So like I could just pretty much sit through and tank a lot of things, but it is because of my specific subclass of wizard, which is the chronology wizard. I have an ability called Chrono Shift. Let me find it. Chrono Shift, which two times as a reaction, I can force any creature within 30 feet of me, or even myself, to re-roll any roll. So I'm like, all right, that's awesome. I can prevent things from hitting me twice, or I can undo crits. I also have the Lucky feat, which also lets me re-roll things or force monsters to re-roll. I also have an ability called I think it's called Converging Future. Let me find it. Not more stasis. Yeah, Convergent Future, which I can just on command at the cost of one level of exhaustion, go no, whatever it is, whatever monster, whether it be myself or someone else, you automatically fail or succeed whatever that roll is. So I can just automatically be like, no, you straight up miss because I say you miss, or no, you failed this saving throw because I say you failed that saving throw. On top of that, I also constantly have the spell contingency on, which will trigger the spell mirror image, which is by far one of my favorite defensive spells in the entire game. Yeah, actually, dude, I do that all the time. She's like, "Fuck you, Key." Like, I built myself to live. Like, I am the squishiest wizard. I talk the most shit. I have no charisma, so I could talk shit. But I also have every feature available to keep me alive. So, like, contingency will trigger whenever I'm getting hit by a melee attack to trigger the spell mirror image, which, spawns out, my shadow clones, which gives me three additional chances to not get hit by anything and instead have a shadow clone get hit by it. It's like I don't get hit. I don't die if I'm set up properly. If I'm given any level of space, any level of prep, I will not get hit. And I can utilize like all these features all the time. And so like we weren't able to kill me off immediately. I was able to get off, the clone version of myself, the monster version, was able to get off, the mirror image, was able to pull off the slow because like my save DC is also 20. I have a stupid high save DC. So like no one's saving against this, in the party. So we were like constantly slowed. We were constantly getting bodied by my own character. As I said, he hit us with the Reap spell, which instantly wiped out two of them. So it's just me and the last one. We were like, oh no. It's like, guys, this is what I said. As soon as I showed up on the field, we need to burn everything and murk me because I am a monster. And again, my DM, she was like, that is the closest I ever got to killing you guys to a full TPK. And it's because I was using your own characters. It was great. But all right, so we do that. What's going on? One second. I hear. One second. One second. Your question? One second. Sorry, guys. Just answering a quick question. For Kat. Um, yeah. There we go. All right. I heard my name and I was like, let me answer the question real quick. Uh, but yeah, it is. Ah, I love D&D. D&D is so great. But yeah, so back to the stat block creation of Mocha. So we have this, and then what is this light stats moving through? Okay, yeah, because rangers technically can't get lost in magical terrain, which is kind of ironic that Mocha would have this. through, oh yeah, through non-magical, because what's so funny is like when she's playing Elden Ring or other games, she tends to get lost kind of often, but it is still fun to give her this in D&D because no extra movement. Just do it. Move through hazardous plants. Uh, I do apologize. I also have like a really bad habit of like mumbling slash saying what I'm typing as I type it, which I know can be annoying for some people. Uh, natural survivalist. Uh, survivalist. That's how you spell it. Yeah. I also pronounce words poorly whenever I'm trying to spell them. I don't know why. That helps me spell them correctly when I mispronounce them. Mocha cannot become lost except by magical means. Can move stealthily. Uh, yeah, I don't know. That looks weird. I guess that is how you spell stealthily. At a normal pace and is exceptionally adept at foraging. Ba-da-ba-bum. Oh, this and it continues. Collects twice as much food and as typical and tracking other creatures. I can spell, I swear. But uh I will probably message out to a couple of people that I have plans for in creating additional in future videos. So if you do have an idea or a preference to what class you feel like your VTuber would be, feel free to let me know. I know one of the people that I just talked to a little bit earlier today, letting them know they're in my Series 2 version after I finish the 4 Fox Girls. She already gave me ideas of what class she would like to be. And of the two options she gave me for like the two different like modes her VTuber can be in, I already feel like I know which one I want to go with. Um, and then I'm I'm like 99% certain what classes I want to give the two others with her. It's just a matter of I need to figure out like more about the VTuber themselves to incorporate their stat blocks. A monk be throwing mad hands. Okay, good to know, Rika. I personally don't like monks. I find them incredibly boring, but it's also because I view them as like a rogue ripoff because a lot of their class features are just rogue features. But I respect monk players. I just personally don't like them myself. Uh, da, da, da. Okay, I thought I heard my name again. I did not. Nah, Riga, it's okay. You'll be my favorite monk. Again, to me, it's just I just like the idea of. I think that's why I don't like it, because like conceptually, it's a funny image, but then it's like I don't know. I'm one of those my immersion type guys when it comes to that, where I'm just like, uh huh. So random baldy ran up to it. It just oro 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 oro, and just and he just punched it. He just punched it in the ankles, and then uh huh. Or like the whole nonsense of like, yeah, so monks can just run up walls and they can just run on water and all this other dumb shit. It's like I understand where they're coming from with like the design of the monk and like the features, right? It's like I understand where they're coming from with it, but it's just I don't know something about it. It's just it gets me when I think about it because like I think the other part that kind of kills me about monks is when you look at their subclasses. I feel like a lot of their subclasses really feel lackluster. Like let me pull it up again real quick. This I forget that they maybe gonna change their shit recently. Recently being like months ago, and it still throws me off. So it's like what also kills me about monks is Way of Mercy, kind of ass. Way of Shadow, again, you just play a rogue. Just play a rogue. You're essentially a rogue, but worse. Just play a rogue. Um, Ascent of the Dragon. I think this one might be newer. I don't know if I actually know what this one is exactly, but if it's anything like I imagine based on its name, I think it probably is a little bit stronger than some of the other ones because it's utilizing dragon stuff. However, augmented breath, blind sight, explosive fury. Okay, so yeah, it's using dragon stuff, but like at a significantly weaker level. Breath attack. For how much damage? 4 rolls your martial die. Okay, so yeah, so you're just all right. Again, you're just a weak wizard. That's all this is. You're just a weak wizard. Astral Self. I think Astral Self was one of the cool ones. I think this one's one of the ones that's actually like, pretty decent. Where the 4 elements, you're essentially just a wizard again, but worse, significantly worse, because you're hyper inefficient with how many key points you need to utilize to cast low level versions of spells. So again, it's like, why? Like, why do so many of these suck? Kensai, I think if I remember correctly, I remember reading someone talk about how they made it actually like good and worthwhile, but it is highly dependent on like playing it very specifically with a very specific like weapon and setup to make it super powerful. Otherwise, again, it's very middling. Long death, exactly what it is. It's just you take forever to die, but that's it. Like that's your feature. You die slower. It's ever so slightly harder to kill you, but not even by significant amounts, because all you gain is temp HP. Like, it just feels so weak. So like the only good ones, or like the only like super super like decent one is the open hand, because quivering palm is absolutely ridiculous with how much damage it can deal for how cheap it is too. But it's like, why is this like the only like really strong subclass? The rest of them feel so middling in comparison. Um, Sun Soul, or this one is new to me, but just at a quick glance, all right, you're kind of like a cleric but worse here. It's like guiding bolt but shittier. All right, you're again a wizard but shittier. Um, Syrian sunburst, blah blah blah. Again, this is just a fireball but worse. So much worse. Yeah. So again, this is dog shit. And then Cobalt Soul, obviously, this one's like pretty decent, but it's a lot more narrative than it is combat focused. One of the monks in my group, he is Cobalt Soul, and Extract Aspects is like the best feature it has. At level 3, you can punch something with your flurry of blows, and you can figure out its weaknesses and vulnerabilities and resistances, which has been super helpful to know. All right, don't utilize certain damage types, or like, oh, this damage type it's immune to. It's like, okay, it's like if I didn't already memorize a stat block, like now in game character, my wizard knows why he shouldn't use fire spells or ice spells against a certain monster, versus me the player knowing I shouldn't use those spells. So this gives me as because my friend who's playing this monk, he's also a DM, so he also has a lot of like stat blocks, somewhat memorized. So like this is the greatest feature for us, so we're not metagaming all the time. It gives us an excuse to have this, extra knowledge without us having to, like retroactive, like, oh yeah, my character read a book on this monster at some point, and that's why we know that. But yeah, it's like the monk subclasses just feel so lackluster, which is one of the other reasons why I don't like them personally. And then timeless body, cool. You can't get you don't age anymore, and can't be diseased. Disease really isn't a big thing in D&D. Um, the biggest feature is that they get like 80 billion movement. Um, yeah, I don't know. It- Again, I respect monks. I respect the idea of them. However, I feel like there's just a lot of lackluster in their kit. What if my tummy hurts? Yeah, monks will never get a tummy ache at least. But it's like stunning strike easily a triple S tier ability on monks, and it is like the greatest ability they ever get. But you get that level 5, and after that, it's like you steal from rogues. You're essentially wizard spell. Deflect missiles, kind of good. Meh, shake schmop. I feel like after you reach around like level 5, level 8, you're not really fighting a lot of monsters that are shooting you with bows anymore. You're mostly fighting if a monster is ranged, they're more often than not at this point using magic as range. So deflect missiles almost instantly becomes useless because it can only work against projectile weapons. Unless your DM, is cool enough to let you catch magic spells and somehow throw them back. But even then, I feel like I would only allow that for cantrips being thrown at the monk versus like a spell slot spell. Like I'm not going, yeah, the monk can grab the disintegrate ray, or the fireball and throw that back at the wizards. Like no, I would say you can like grab my fire bolt, my ray of frost or something like that. But it's just like so much of their stat block and like their features just lackluster. Diamond, blah blah blah. What is this? Whenever you use a saving throw, oh boy, you can re-roll a saving throw. Like, it isn't bad, but it like compared to like level 14 features for other classes, this is so lackluster. Like 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 again. All right, I digress. I digress. Before I just crash out on monks, it's like I wish there was more to them. Is all. I wish they had something more that would like feel engaging. But alas, they are what they are. I don't think I'd ever play one myself, but I respect others that want to play them. The Monk Crash show is really, yeah. Because again, it's like I want it to be good. I want that class to feel good and be good, even if I personally don't like the concept of it immersion wise in like a world of magic and fantasy. Like just I run around and punch things really fast. Like I can accept that if the stat block, if everything else felt good. However, it just doesn't feel as good as it should. And I think again, that's why I'm so upsetting spaghetti about it. Is I wish it felt better. Uh, for others that are playing the monk, because I know low level always kind of not necessarily that low level sucks. I really personally enjoy levels 1 through like 8 the most in D&D. Or do you get most immersed in? What do you mean by what role exactly? It's like what role in the party or like what class? Because I am by far not the face of the party. I hate playing the face. I'm so bad at that stuff. What class? Oh, easy rogue. Easy rogue. No contest. I know rogues inside and out. Easy rogue. They are by far the best class in the game, in my opinion. But I also think that in almost any game that has a rogue class, I will almost always absolutely love rogue. Because, like, Arcane Trickster, sure, you are a weaker version of a wizard. However, you get some of the coolest spells of the wizard, and I think you get just the important enough ones that let you do what you need to do. Um, Again, so it's like if you need a little bit of magic, but you still want to primarily be a rogue, Arcane Trickster, amazing. Spell Thief lets you steal spells, super cool. Assassin, if you just want big number makes brain go burr, Assassin, so fucking good. You just explode people so quickly. Because level 3, so long as you surprise them, automatic crit, especially with rogues having like a plus 12 essentially to their stealth check. I think it's like plus 8 or 9 by the time you're level 3. It's like nothing at low levels is going to see your rogue. And you essentially go, all right, who do you want me to delete, guys? And you can just delete people. And oh my god, if you play a ranged assassin rogue where you give them like crossbows, like hand crossbows and stuff like that, then you actually just obliterate people because you can now blast people for automatic crit, sneak attack max damage, and just eviscerate people at range. And then if you get sharpshooter feat, and if you get skulker feat, rogues are a lot. Oh, they're so much fun. So yeah, if you get sharpshooter, a raw plus 10 to your damage, and you can shoot at max range, no disadvantage. You get the skulker feat, which if you are stealth and you shoot, you can stay stealth, which you don't even fully need because you could just stealth as a bonus action because you're a rogue. Like there's just so many ways that make assassin rogues absolutely ridiculous, especially if you play them ranged. Inquisitive rogue, in my opinion, is one of the weaker ones, but this is, in my opinion, much more of if you are playing a more like political intrigue type campaign. If you're playing a campaign where you want to be a little bit more of a face, Inquisitive Rogue is definitely that because you are definitely Detective Man. You are Sherlock Holmes, and you do it so well. You are the best at it. I think I'm just smooth brain and just enjoy brawling. See, I am also smooth brain, but it's like at that point I'd rather just play barbarian so that I can just be full smooth brain. Mastermind again, I think is another one that's weak in the sense of full combat. However, if you are playing a more political intrigue type campaign, super amazing, super great. You are essentially a battle master fighter, but still a rogue, and amazing because you get all the cool rogue abilities still. Paladin is my other favorite class. Paladins are super cool. I think my favorite class that isn't rogue would be the half-casters, Paladin and Warlock. Phantom Rogue. Oh my god, when Phantom Rogue got introduced into the game, I almost lost it. Is how fucking cool it is. It is one of the coolest ones in my opinion because it lets you sneak attack with range. Um, with a range ability without using a ranged weapon. What do you think about clerics? Clerics are also fun. I think one thing that bothers me about clerics is how often people will relegate clerics to be just heal bots. Healing in D&D is pointless. It is absolutely dog useless. The only times healing, in my opinion, is ever worthwhile doing in D&D is when you are missing the top 10% of your HP or when you're at the bottom 10% of your HP. And it isn't to heal up at the bottom 10%, it's to pick someone up off the ground. Because the way D&D works, which I think is really stupid, it is one of my biggest gripes, is why I have a house rule that prevents this bullshit. You have the same fighting power at 1 HP as you do at 100% HP. So there is no point in healing in D&D. You might as well just let yourself, or if a party is at 10%, at 10 HP or whatever, just let them die. Just let them die and pick them back up at 1 HP. There is literally nothing they lose aside from half their movement. So, oh no, I can't move, a full 30 feet. I can only move 15. Most monsters in D&D don't move away from the body that they kill. They stay right there anyways. So you're fine. So like we've cheesed that so many times in my campaign that I play in, where we'll let the monks die like in melee all the time, and we just like constantly feed them a potion. We constantly just pump 1 HP into them. It's like you're gonna die again because healing spells just don't heal enough. Aside from like literally using the spell heal, which heals like 50 HP, it's like you cure wounds does not heal enough. Healing word does not heal enough. Every healing spell in the game, which there really isn't that many because you're not supposed to heal anyways, they don't heal enough to mean anything. They don't matter. It doesn't save you. You're gonna die anyways. So always cast healing spells at the lowest spell slot available because who fucking cares if they go down again? It does not matter. It changes nothing. They're gonna, unless the enemy is gonna beat them down after they're already on the ground, which very few DMs actually do that because it is a little cruel to do. There's no purpose. There's no purpose. of healing them anything more than the bare minimum. And I said, or at the very top end of HP. It's like, if, like, for my wizard, he has 142 hit points. If I'm at like 130, 120, okay, yeah, heal me up to, 142, because that can make a difference. If I'm at under 100 and we're fighting against high level casters who potentially have power word kill, heal me past 100. That makes a difference. But once I'm under 100, once I'm like 80, 50, it doesn't matter. Leave me alone. Heal me once I'm at zero. At that point, just let me die and let me come back up at to one. Anything else, anything in between that is absolutely dog useless when it comes to healing. And so many clerics are relegated to being this heal bot. And I've played at like public tables before, like my local game shop, where someone's like, "Oh, I want to play a cleric." I'm like, "Cool, that's fine." And then everyone at the table is like, "Get the heal spells, get the heal spells. Why aren't you healing me?" It's like, clerics do more than just heal. You know that, right? Like, no, that's all they're good for. It's like, no, they aren't. Like, clerics can do stupid amounts of damage. It is insane how powerful clerics can be, but because so many people just relegate them to be heal bots, they, like, a lot of the clerics that I've seen play at public tables say they hate clerics. They're like, "Oh, this is so boring. Like, oh, I hate this class." Like, no, you hate it because other people are forcing you to play how you don't want to play. Like, play how you want. Don't be a heal bot. Don't take any heal spells at all if you don't want any. Like, I would say at minimum, take, just cure wounds and only ever use it to bring someone up. And then take revivify, obviously, because, having a revive in the party is, game changing. But it's like, don't ever heal, ever, in my opinion. It is pointless. You really are just better off using heal pots. But heal pots are also dog shit because they cost way too much money in game for how dog useless they are. Unless you're using, special homebrew rules that let you take it as a bonus action and stuff like that. Yeah, I have very strong opinions on D&D. But I feel like that's good in a sense. I learned so much from you. It's, but it's like I'm also very much a min maxer power gamer playstyle, which I understand is not everyone's playstyle, is not everyone's cup of tea. I will make narrative decisions that are suboptimal if it makes sense. However, I like to optimally play where I can. I like being strong and I like, using everything in my toolkit. But so much of that, I never thought about the healing D&D like that. Well, because again, it's a weird mechanical play style of it. And so like I brought it up at like my D&D table. A lot of them were like, "Oh yeah, let's just heal." I'm like, "Why are we healing right now?" They're like, "Oh, it's because I'm missing HP." It's like, it doesn't matter though. Like, you're just wasting a spell slot because, again, I think the sweet spot of D&D is levels 3 to like 12. Because after that, healing, you're in almost every situation, you are better off attacking over healing. Because what's better than healing 12 damage? Not taking 12 damage. And the only way to avoid taking 12 damage is to either not get hit by having a high AC or killing the monster before it kills you. And sadly, that's just how the game is designed, which kind of sucks at times. I wish it didn't feel so cookie cutter about that type of stuff, but it sadly is. 3 day, 1 day each. And then we'll look at the spells in a little bit for Mocha, because spells make a big difference. But spells are also like very complicated in their own right. When you did you do the first time? Did you keep everyone? Uh, so when me and my friends played, we only essentially had Shadowheart as the NPC that joined the party. The rest of us played our own classes. So we kept everyone their standard class. We didn't really spice it up. However, because I it's based on D&D, my friends were asking me, for suggestions on like their builds and like what they wanted to do. So I was helping them with that, or like they were looking online, see what other people were like suggesting as like absolutely broken builds because we're all kind of power gamers. I mean, want to like do crazy damage. We want to be super strong. Uh, uh or Logan. It, yeah, but yeah, like Baldur's Gate was tons of fun. I feel like Baldur's Gate like is a very good representation. Like, if you guys have seen me play Baldur's Gate on Saturdays, in my opinion, it is the best representation of why I think healing in D&D is stupid. Because if you see my party and how I play it, I mean, obviously I have no healer, so obviously we have died many times, but I'm still able to get through almost every single fight just either A, through sheer tactics, B, sheer raw aggression, or C, throwing potions at people. It does not matter. It really does not matter. It's, like I don't care if a party goes down. Like because I can just heal them with the potion. I throw a potion at their head, crack it upon their skull, and then they're fine. Now, it is an absolutely broken strategy in Baldur's Gate that a lot of people don't realize you can do, is that it's more efficient and you're better off grouping the party together to throw a healing pot in between everyone. That way it heals everyone instead of just one person. But again, it's weird tactics like that that I utilize because I'm a min maxer. Da, da, da. Nature's rare. Boop, 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 boop. 3D. Uh-huh. But yeah, it like I'm very again I understand like not everyone likes playing that kind of weird min max style because it isn't. It isn't fun for everyone. People like being narrative. People like doing the silly, goofy, whatever's. But I'm very much of the mentality of, like I like using every tool available to me, and a lot of that comes down to me playing Rogue in World of Warcraft for so long. Once again, I think I only had Shadowheart in my party. I played through. You're simping for it. Valid. She is simp worthy. I don't blame you for that at all. But it's like I played World of Warcraft for how many years was it? Sixth grade to 11th grade. Quit for a little bit. So yeah, like 5, 6, maybe 7 years total. I played World of Warcraft, and the majority of that time I played Rogue. I played every single class. I maxed out every single class, obviously, but I played Rogue. I always played Rogue. Rogue was always my main class. Was always my main character. I played on like 8 different servers, until I found like one server that I decided on, and in each one of those servers, first class I played every single time was a Rogue. Easy peasy. I could not play a Rogue. It was to me the most fun class in the entire game. And the way rogues play in World of Warcraft is very much you need to utilize your entire toolkit. You have a spell, you have an ability, you have a feature, you have an item that only rogues get that lets you get out of almost every single situation or overcome almost every single situation. I was very much a solo player in World of Warcraft. I would solo group quest up to like 3 players. I would never group up with people unless I absolutely had to. Aside from dungeons and raids, obviously. I did everything solo dolo. Just because the rogue toolkit is so powerful, it has so much going for it that you are allowed to pretty much circumnavigate almost every barrier in the game as long as you properly use every bit of your toolkit. If you really understand how to play a rogue in World of Warcraft, you are able to overcome so much of the game by yourself, and it was ridiculous. But because of that like playstyle that I would utilize all the time, and because I enjoy that so much, that's why I play other games, like D&D, very similarly, where I try to utilize every resource available to me. I don't I don't mind crunch. I don't mind things being mechanically difficult if I can utilize more tools available. Um, so like even I don't think Resident Evil would be like a good example, but like I had the knife in Resident Evil 2, and I was on the final boss, and luckily bot told me about other little features that definitely were game changing for me. But it's like going, all right, let me utilize like, all my game knowledge. Like, let's stop thinking about this as Resident Evil and let's think about it like as a game concept. How can I overcome this? How is the AI for that final boss, moving? How is it interacting? How is it responding to my actions? And, you know, there were a couple times in all my attempts on Wednesday where it looked like when I got right up on him, he wasn't hitting me or was missing me because of how his AI is written. And it seemed like so many enemies I could loop de loop, like you could in Outlast. So I was fairly confident that I could have, performed the London sniffer strats, which did in fact work. And again, it's because I play games in this very weird way that I feel like I'm able to overcome so many things with either subpar strategies or just very wonky strategies that should not work, but only work because I abuse game mechanics and game systems. But again, to me, like that is why I play games. I buy them so I can push myself, so I can overcome whatever challenge by whatever means necessary. If the game gives me a tool, if it gives me a resource that I can utilize, I want to utilize it. And if it's gonna pull some bullshit on me, I will utilize every tool available to overcome it. Okay. So all the base stuff for Mocha's stat block is now done. Um, Now let's add the fun Mimi parts of it. So we already incorporated Walnut. Walnut is, in my opinion, not like a minor part of the overall stat block, but it is, in my opinion, by no means the majority of it. It is not the highlight of what's going to make the mo money mocha the mo money. Uh, Actually, yeah, we need to do her stats, her ability scores, real quick. So yeah, we obviously we give her studded leather. Okay. Okay. Initiative bonus. This is gonna obviously change based on her dexterity. Obviously, we have to give her that. Um, as ranger, um, one second. What is? I gotta relook up my over here. So I might have other things on here uh that I don't want to accidentally show. My drive. Okay, here it is. 17, 15. Okay. So we just, and then 15. Okay, this one is actually 15. And this plus the bonus would be 14. 12, 8. All right, yeah, that is my standard rate on how I utilize things. Put that back over here. It's not that I think Mocha is weak, but I think it makes more sense for as a ranger and as a Beastmaster ranger who has Walnut, who is giga strong. Walnut will be doing a lot of her heavy lifting for her. So we do like that. Yeah. I think no, we just baseline give 16 because Mocha's also very charismatic. She got that riz, If you ever attended her streams, she got that riz about her. Saving throw proficiencies, uh, strength, and dex, I think, are the base for ranger. Yeah. Back here. So 18 dexterity. Studded leather is 12 plus your dexterity modifier. So that's 16 total, yeah, for studded leather. Studded leather. Initiative bonus is your dexterity. So that's a +4. Passive perception is, I forget the, how does the math work for that again? Is it, I think it's passive perception. It should be 8 plus uh, proficiency bonus plus. Pretty sure it's 8 plus proficiency plus wisdom. So 23 minus 2, 21 plus 8. Yeah. So I think it is 8 plus whatever. Because I also have a feature that gives me a +5. So 8 plus 3 is 11. Is it? Now I'm doubting myself. Let me look it up again real quick. Passive perception 5e calculation. Oh, it's 10. Okay. So baseline 10. So 13 plus proficiency of 3, 16 passive perception. Right. Average hit points 85. This is one of the ones that always gets me. I'm very bad at understanding an appropriate number for hit points and how many to give in terms of like hit die. So I just kind of like arbitrarily follow other people's suggestions. 10 times 2 is 20. 5.5 times 10. Calculator. 5.5 times 10 should be 55. 5.5 times 10 plus 20, 75. Okay, yeah. Because we have a constitution of 14. Because Mocha is constantly getting poisons in games. Then, following this syntax, however, blowgun, if I can spell it correctly. I think if I just do it like this, then that should be correct on how that works. And then okay, I will copy this to get the to do the blowgun and just adjust as necessary here in a second. Let's see. Languages, yep. +1 other language. Where's languages? Here they are. Okay, let's save these changes real quick before I end up losing everything again. I will cry if I lose all this again. Languages, add language. Is there beast? Common, blah, 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 blah. We'll give her... There isn't a beast per se. Alright, whatever. Doesn't matter. Yeah, that's fine. I'll leave the music on. About to drive home soon. I'll be tuning again shortly. No worries, Rika. Hope you have a safe drive home, buddy. That's obviously the most important thing. By the way, happy 4th of July for those in the States, and for those who aren't in the States, happy Friday. Today we got that good old Freedom Day going on. Hope you guys are all doing Bordiger. Yummy. So I was about to ask, like, I hope you're all doing something fun and getting some good food today for your Bordiger Day. Uh, Stealth, nature. Okay, yeah, I need to change these to the ranger abilities. Uh, Obviously animal handling. Uh-huh. I forgot I have to do this like manually like this. Mm, I forget what this portion means. But yeah, I think of the ranger skills, choose three. We give animal handling. We'll give as much as I want to give Mocha perception. I think in games there's so many times where like she'll overlook something or not see something, and I think it's funnier to not give her a bonus in perception. But she does try to be extra stealthy. She's always trying to be sneaky. So we will give her stealth, and we'll give her investigation. No, no, survival, because she struggles to survive, but she does what she can. So survival's already there. Perception, we delete that. Um, Stealth, we delete that. Nature, we'll just edit this one to be. All right, how are they calculating this? Oh, I see. Set the measure skill. Oh, okay, okay. So that's how it wants me to do things. I see, I see. So yeah, we'll go investigation, survival, and animal handling. So this one's gonna be investigation. Investigation is intelligence. We gave Mo money. How much intelligence again? 12, so it's plus one, plus three. Howdy, howdy, scrub. Welcome on in. Hope you're doing well. Plus three, so yeah, that'd be overall total four. Investigation, survival is a wisdom. We gave Mocha 17, so it's plus three, plus three. Survival should actually be plus six. And then animal handling should also be plus six as her bonuses here. Yeah, movement 30. Oh, 35. Okay. Maybe there's something in Hunter in Ranger that I'm overlooking that I don't remember. So with that, the base portions of her stat block should be done and ready. We have all of her basic stats. We have all of her basic abilities and armors. So now comes the fun part of quickly trying to come up with some fun ideas of what would be very Mocha-esque things that would be part of her stat block. So obviously, Timo, we give her the blowgun. Nature's Veil, which is essentially like the Timo, because magic visible along with yeah. One second. Burp. Oh, gross. Taste my breakfast again. Obviously, we give her a Timo ability. Or let's rename it. What is Timo's ability called? League of Legends Timo. I always forget the name of his passive that lets him go in invis. Guerrilla Warfare. So yeah, we'll rename it to that. But let's actually call it Uh, coffee or fair. All right. So yeah, so there's a little bit of Timo inspiration along with the blowgun for Timo inspiration, which will give a blinds. I think in D&D, most things that have blinding effects, um, not blind fighting. What spells blind people? Blindness and deafness. All right, this is a Constitution saving throw. Okay. So, Constitution saving throw DC is normally 8 plus proficiency plus spell casting ability modifier for rangers that should be uh wisdom, which is so the plus 6 8 plus 8 plus 6 is 14. All right, so DC 14. uh oh, so it'd be DC. No, this just deals additional poison damage. Will not apply the poison condition, but the blind will. Yeah. Okay. So now we copy pasta all of this. That way, we already have the proper formatting and coding. As plain text. Why is it still highlighting it? All right. So blowgun. Put that over there. That way we can see all the different blowgun features because I don't know these off the dome. Roll table +4. No, that's wrong. So this should be dexterity is +4, +2, +3, 4, 2, 6, 3, 9. So this is a +9 to hit. +9. Roll to hit, blah blah blah, longbow. Uh would this be any different? Would this be any different? Would this be any different? Yes, because that should be +4. And this should be +4. Because it is weapon damage type plus your weapon hit modifier. So that's that one. So blowgun is what kind of weapon? Blah range attack. Martial range. I'm pretty sure blowgun. Easiest way to tell, which is the normal way I normally test these things, is I just add it to my character and see what it uses. No, manage inventory. Blow gun equipment. Equip that. So blowgun hit chances +3. Okay, so it uses dex. All right, so it is dex, like I thought. Okay. So blowgun, and then we remove that from my inventory because I don't use that shit. And forget why I have that there later. So dexterity, so this should also be a +9 because of the +2 from her archery sub feature. +9, blah blah blah. Roll action, not longbow, this would be blow gun. Roll table range would be 25 to 1 hundo. Oh, actually, so this is wrong. That's 4.5 plus 4. Oh my god, what's 4.5 plus 4? That's 8. 9 damage. It's like, oh my god, I can't do math. It was always my greatest fear is like doing maths and stuff like on stream because I sometimes get real unga bunga. This is just a raw 1 point of damage plus 4 from her dexterity. So this is always guaranteed 5 damage. Uh, Actually, there shouldn't be a roll table portion whatsoever. Yeah, because you don't roll for this part. So that is. Uh. Okay. Wait. Thank you for the hydrate, King. Welcome on in, and for the stretch. Okay. Came in just as we are we're adding now the special mocha features to her stat block that are gonna make this basic ranger stat block into a mocha stat block. Right now I am doing the weird coding bit hierarchy. Managed to finally break away from the sleep demons. Nice. Congrats on winning that fight. But yeah, right now I am doing the I'm trying to figure out uh the hard coding portion to have it in here properly. Those roll table 1d4 is what I'm gonna need. Plus nothing. So I need a. Why is that? It should be 5. Because 1 plus 4 is 5, not 6. So I should yoink all that. Cut that out. And we put over here roll table 1d4, dice notation. This would be 1d4, type, roll type. Sure, damage, roll action. Ooh, no, okay. I think because I don't properly understand how this coding stuff works on that point, on that part, we will just ignore that. Um, Actually, no, I will be able to utilize this for the poison damage bit. Blah, blah, blah. Pierce damage plus an additional poison damage would be 1d4. No, we'll make it. I think at this level. Let me look up another monster real quick. I think. No, it's Drow Assassin. Should be roughly CR. It should be in the correct CR range that I'm looking at. Okay, it's a little bit higher. That's fine. It's not sneak attack. So yeah, their poison damage on their weapon does 7d6. So we're gonna drop that by 2d6 for the slightly lower challenge rating. Ba-da-ba-da-ba. Blowgun. This. Actually, screw the odds of it. It just has a chance to blind. It's always gonna do poison damage. It's just a matter of does it also have a chance to blind. Yeah. We do like that. Final blood plus an additional 5d6. 3.3 times 5 is what? I can't do mental math. Where is it? There it is. 3.5 times 5. 17.5, so 18. Holy shit, that's a lot of poison damage. That's a lot of poison damage. Additional poison damage. No. It'd be this would be 18. Blah blah blah. This that's notation. Here 5d6. Blah blah blah. Roll type damage. Roll action. Uh. This last portion is the only portion I don't know. Actually, I have an idea. I have an idea. Create monster from Drow Assassin. And then we just won't save this because I don't want this clearing my nonsense. Okay. So actually then what we'll do, so we'll gank it from the light crossbow. Blah blah blah, light crossbow, roll to hit, yes, damage, blah blah blah, dice notation, that's the base damage. Crossbow piercing, roll table, piercing damage, and the target must succeed. Uh-huh. Okay, I guess this makes more sense with how D&D is played to do it like this. So then we copy this instead. Mm-hmm. Howdy, Nico. Welcome on in. I'm just doing some of the annoying nitty-gritty portions of D&D stat block creation. Right now we're working on Mocha. We're adding her little fun bits, the things that make this stat block Mocha. Uh-huh. And the target must make a DC 14. 14 Constitution saving throw, taking 18. Because 7 times 3.5. Oh, do we round down? Oh, we round down. Okay, I was rounding up. All right, 17. So that'd be 5d6, blah, 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 dice notation. 5d6. Damage type roll, light crossbow. So that still says light crossbow. So this tells me this would be blowgun. Still, damage type poison, blah, blah, blah. Fails and half as much on a successful save and throw. And the target is blinded until the start of their next turn. Yeah. Okay, now we can delete that shit. We don't need that anymore. So yeah. Okay. Okay. Let's save this again. So I don't have to redo all that bullshit D&D Beyond coding. So when it comes to her attacks, I think that is the only special parts that I can think of. Mocha's gonna be using longbow. She'll also have her blowgun to highlight her love of Teemo. We give her her coffee warfare, which lets her also do her Teemo invisibility for just standing still. But she can move around in hers because she's a little bit better than Teemo, obviously. Uh-huh. And then we haven't given Mocha her spells yet. So this is the hard part of like these stat blocks is like incorporating more aspects of each of the streamers into them. And it's like obviously Mocha loves Teemo. Mocha's also just like a fan of a bunch of animal critters, which is why we're giving her walnut. We're not giving her caramel. Ooh, actually, that's a really good idea for a legendary action for her. For her legendary action is she can also use caramel. Summon caramel too, and duo attack with walnut. And I could actually probably steal the proper balancing and wording of this from Heliana's guide from the Tamer class because they actually do that. There is a key feature for the Tamer sub class, not subclass, but the Tamer class itself that lets you summon two of your familiars to do something like this. So that'd be her legendary action, and it'd just be for one attack instead of it being out for like a minute. Okay. Okay, so now we have Caramel Incorporated. We have Walnut Incorporated. Welcome back from the ads, guys. We have the Chimo Blow Dart and Blind. We have the Chimo Invis. Hmm. Ooh. Uh, oh, what should we call it? What should we call it? I want to give her a reaction to help prevent her from. Actually, which do you think is funnier and more accurate? Do you think it makes more sense for Mocha to take more fall damage and actually have disadvantage against being knocked prone, or give her an ability as a reaction to prevent herself from falling, but giving it still a pretty like a high DC to be successful? Give her a chance, but make it difficult, or make it more prone. Because I think it's funnier if we make her more prone to falling and make it hard for her not to fall. Yeah. I think we make it harder for her to avoid falling. So we have all this nonsense. We'll have her size change because she's 20 feet normally. So she can become medium sized. Um, then Curse of Gravity. Okay. Did you see last night's yes I did. Yes I did. I was watching and lurking in that after a while because I had to go to bed a little early today. Hey, one second. I see I heard my name and I saw a ping. I was like, no. We gotta take care of that right quick. One second. Okay. Um okay. Wait, did I just hear my name again? No. Oh my god. Uh um so yeah, Mocha's gonna have the curse of gravity. We're gonna sorry. I'm lurking. I was looking in the stream and they're mentioning me and I'm like, no, I don't want them. I have to address that. So we're gonna give Mocha. Um, we're gonna give Mocha the curse of gravity, where we make it easier or make it hard for her to not fall down. Howdy, Exia. Welcome on in. Hope you're doing well. Right now we're just creating a D&D stat block for Mocha. You can see her over here on the yeah, over here. I always hover my mouse on OBS if you guys can see my mouse over on OBS and you guys can't. Using gravity is universal across exactly. So we give her the curse of gravity, where we make it impossible, not impossible. We make it much harder for her to avoid falling down, and make her more likely and prone to falling. So curse of gravity. How should we word it? How should we word it? As a true. Money's one true weakness is gravity. Thus she That's when she needs to make a dexterity saving throw against falling prone. Falling prone or being pushed. She has. Okay, actually, okay. All right, let's figure out the mechanic part first, and then we do the flavor text. I think the flavor text is like the easy part. The mechanic part is the real challenge. So it'd be disadvantage on dex and strength saving throws against prone and being pushed. Yeah, being pushed. It's such a bad habit. Like I don't pronounce the G in most words that end in ing. So I also type like that, but that's very inaccurate. All right, disadvantage on strength and dexterity saving throws against being knocked prone and being pushed. I don't think there is any additional features. Yeah, there is no like fall feature in D&D specifically. Being pushed. She vulnerable. I can spell vulner. That's not how you spell vulnerable. How do you spell vulnerable? Oh my god, I can't spell. Oh, that is. Did I spell it right? No way. That is correct. Never mind. I'm the best. I don't know why it visually looked wrong to me. As long as it's not wrong, that's all that matters. Vulnerable to fall damage, which means she will take double fall damage from anytime she does take fall damage. Okay, so the creature throws against being knocked prone and being pushed, vulnerable to fall damage. And now we can fill in the flavor text portion of it real quick. Mocha is highly prone to the force. He's highly prone to the force of gravity and falling over. Thus, she has disadvantage on dexterity, and strength saving throws against being knocked prone and or being pushed. She is also vulnerable to fall damage, taking twice the amount normally for every 10 feet she falls. There we go. Okay. So there's one feature done. Ideally, want to try to add one or two more. It's like she's incredibly prone to gravity, but she also has like the strongest mental. So we'll make that a reaction. No, because I don't want it to be a limited thing that she can do. Does it make more sense for her to have a reaction that allows her? No, that's a feature. That'd be just a base trait. That wouldn't be a reaction because, yeah, because she's like omega non-toxic, the strongest mental when it comes to playing League or Elden Ring or anything really. No matter how many times she falls and how much bad shit happens, she literally always overcomes it. Uh, and is unfazed somehow, some way, untiltable at all times. Because she's just built different like that. So then we give her a mentality buff. Oh, did it flicker my background for a second? What did I do that flickered my background? Oh, wait. Doesn't show it on OBS, does it? Maybe it is showing on OBS and I'm missing it because it closes OBS. Oh, it does. I can see it down there. I didn't even notice it was doing that every time I was tabbing like that. 'Cause I was trying to avoid my normal alt tab on the off chance that it pulls things up differently. That's fine. That's fine. Yeah, it is a great wallpaper. Uh, what's that? One second. One second. Um. Okay, so curse of gravity. What should we call the abilities? Like, thank you for the stretch, King, and for the hydrate. Uh, hmm. Howdy, howdy, Dev. Hope you're doing well. Right now, I'm just working on a small special project that I've been trying to do for like a little over a year now, where I go through a bunch of VTubers that I watch and follow and create D&D stat blocks for them. Right now, we are working on mochas, and I'm trying to think of a proper name for the ability because she has like I don't know if it makes more sense to call her. Ooh, actually, yeah. So right now the first four that I'm working on is Happy, New, Nini, and Mocha. As you can see over here, I have the little art of Mocha. I'll quickly just cycle through in case you are interested in the other ones. So this one is Happy's. She's a barbarian. Her stat block is pretty much done aside from her legendary action. Here's New. Her stat block is also done, minus her legendary action. We're currently working on Mocha, and then New is obviously a cleric, and then Nini is obviously a mage. We haven't started hers yet because I lost all my progress because I didn't save my old stat blocks for them. So yeah, right now we're finishing up Mo because I want to ideally add like one or two abilities more. And then I'm pretty sure you heard earlier. It's like who's I'm thinking of doing the second series on, but second series is going to be three people, potentially four. But I already know exactly who I want to do for that. I just have to like learn more about those VTubers to give them proper abilities that really feel like the character is them. Uh, so if we make, because I feel like if we just call it like strong mental, it doesn't properly convey how like anti-toxic Mocha is. I mean, I could just put it in two different lines. Strong mental. No, unbreaking mental. and then uh, non-toxic. Yeah, so I was gonna give her straight up immunity to poison damage, um, and the poison condition, because the amount of times I've seen Mocha get absolutely bodied in Marvel Rivals or again even in League, and no matter what the situation is, no matter how nasty the situation in League, Rivals, Elden Ring, whatever, she just does not get toxic. She does not break. She does not, start spewing any hatred. She just has the strongest mental, and is just so non-toxic of a gamer. Crown of Madness, I think is the spell. Crown, if I can spell. Crown of Madness. So yeah, against the charmed effects. Yeah. Howdy, howdy, Cypro. Thank you for the raid. And howdy, howdy, raiders. Welcome on in. The name is Keydark. I'm a deranged thief god. Uh, do a variety of things from gaming to a little bit of D&D stuff. Right now, I am working on a special project where I am creating D&D stat blocks for different VTubers that I really enjoy. Right now, I am working on the Kitsune Quartet's stat blocks. I'm finishing up. I might try to come up with one more ability. New streamer who dis. Howdy, howdy, Ghostly. Thank you for the follow, Ghostly and Izzy. Um, right now, I'm trying to. I have these two abilities. I want to come up with ideally one more ability for Mocha, and then we can, at the very least, get the outline for Nini's started. We did already finish News, and we did already finish Happy's, which you can see right here. Howdy, howdy, Arcadia. Welcome on in. So those two are already done, minus their legendary action. Mocha's is almost done. I do want to come up with one more ability. And then, yeah, as I said, we'll start the outline for Nini's. But I'm not sure. It's like she has the Curse of Gravity. She has her Teemo stuff, her strong mental, her non-toxic. Yeah, Unbreaking Mental, I think I'll also give her resistance or advantage against charmed effects. I brought the whole party with me. Yeah, yeah. Hell yeah, buddy. But I hope you were playing. What were you playing again? Because I was lurking a wee bit earlier. Am I thinking last night slash this morning where you were playing Warcraft? I know you were playing Warcraft literally like within the last like 24 hours. And I can't remember if it was just this morning or if it was late last night. Oh, you're unboxing the V cards. Oh, I remember you tweeted about that. Yeah, yeah, I saw you tweet that you got a bunch of the V cards. Ooh. Did you get anyone cool? Any really cool shinies? Yeah, my sense of time is absolutely warped. I go to bed at like the wonkest hours. Oh, maybe she can sleep only a few hours since coffee pucks. Like those robots only need 3 hours. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. The yeah, like the elf ability. I got the Cinder God full art, lol, an amazing Sky God full art. Ooh, nice. And four Hollow Neanders. Ooh, that's exciting. Yeah, I'll definitely like scrub through the VOD to see what those look like again. I'm pretty sure you might post them. If you do end up posting them, like I definitely. I think the art that they, because I saw a couple of the V cards. We posting pics. Okay, yeah, yeah. Because I remember, I think it was Bao. She did like a small stream where she was also opening a bunch of cards, and a lot of the art looked super cool and like really beautifully done on a lot of them. It's like I'd love to see some of your favorites after you post them. Um, I feel like the sleep, yeah, the sleep is like a fun flavor text, so we'll do that. Caffeine fueled. So this would be uh, need 4 hours of sleep, non-toxic, immune to poison, and poison condition, unbreaking mental, advantage against charms, and wisdom saving throws. So that's the mechanical portion of it. And then the flavor text is easy enough to do later. So that's what I really want to get. So I want to get like the mechanical portions like written down so I don't lose those. And then I can obviously do the flavor text later off stream because I also need to create a walnut and caramel quick stat block for her Beastmasterness. Let's look at spells real quick. Create character. No. Better be step in the shower. No worries, no worries. We're gonna look for big key. No worries. Have a good lurk. Hope take care of yourself. You don't have to worry about that. So let's like, get ready for 4th. Yeah. I know it's 4th of July. I was just trying to do a quick early morning stream just to get things moving on this front before I also start doing shit for 4th of July. Rewatch the VOD later. A lot of it is me rambling and crashing out on monks. So we go ranger, add class, level. It's roughly level 7. Oh yeah, I forgot to get favorite enemies. Favorite enemies are kind of pointless in like how it's base written. So whatever on that front. Spells. This is where I need to get that stuff figured out. This Beastmaster because that changes what spells are available. Okay. Okay, so what first level spells are we going to give her? I feel like obviously it's silly to not give her animal friendship. We can't not give her beast bonds. Blah blah blah. That is friendly to you or charmed by you. The creature's intelligence or higher. The spell fails. Oh, if they are an intelligent creature. The spell ends a link with you. Line of sight. Blah blah blah. Yeah. So this is an easy one that she should have no matter what. She already has that as a base feature, so we don't need to give her that. Oh, I think we give her good berries. For sure. Because if peak yesterday was anything to go off of, Mocha 110% will shove food down your throat. Even if you're trying to run away from it. And then we give her speak with animals. There's obviously more spells than a ranger should normally have, but who cares? When it comes to these spells, howdy cat. For those who don't know, Kat is a super amazing artist. She's also the original creator of my model. She also just recently created her own new model, which looks absolutely amazing. It is super freaking great. 20 out of 10. Check her out and like watch like there's just a snippet of like the VOD from today at the bare minimum where she's showing off the new model that she was working on yesterday. It is so unbelievably cute. It is Oh my god. Like the expressions that she's able to make with it and how fluidly it's able to do so is just top tier stuff. And there was one super cursed, super fun redeem that she has that she worked on. It is greatness. 10 out of 10. Check her out. I cannot express enough how good the new model is and how expressive it is. Yep. Devil's giving a quick hint of what it is. It is every bit of hilarious. Okay, so yeah, I think we'll give her those as like those base spells. We should definitely give her some combat spells. We're not gonna give her cure wounds because that's lame. We can give her animal messenger because I think that's a fun flavor spell. That way she can utilize walnut and caramel to her utmost desires. She is not prone to finding traps in games, so we're not going to do that. Oh, we obviously have to do Hunter's Mark. I can't believe I almost forgot that. Hunter's Mark. What kind of ranger would not have Hunter's Mark? Uh, do we give her summon beast? I don't think we give her summon beast. She already has beasts, and she doesn't need to summon them as a spell. Those are just baseline things that she always has with her. We'll give her spike growth because I think that's a good spell, and we'll give her suplex. I think the idea of no, not suplex. I don't feel like that is Mocha. I feel like those spells make sense. And then, yeah, I think Snare is also good because she does like to be a little bit of a trollster, but doesn't always effectively pull it off. Howdy, howdy, Snipes. How are you doing? So that's her spells. These are some of her abilities and features. A lot of them are very passive. I want to give her one more like active feature, like we did for Happy, because I really like her. Huh? You, I think, has like the most like personalized features currently. Hmm. I'm not certain what we do for the next one. Okay, I think we can just save this for now. And if I can come up with a additional one more ability for Mocha, we can give her that. At the very least, I want to potentially start the outline for Nini's stat block before I get too lost in the sauce. So I do have a couple other things I got to do today. So we're gonna work off the Evoker Wizard because that is what Nini essentially is gonna be. Nothing but blasting spells. Why? Why doesn't it show the? Okay, whatever. Who cares? As long as it's viable in there. Uh, which what am I trying to go to again? This one. Open this. Open this. Open this. Open this. Boom. 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 Bada boom. All right, that's done. Okay, and then this. Bada bada. My hair. My hair. Humanoid, end race, blah blah, medium. Yep. There's no way she is not chaotic neutral. Obviously, we go back to this. This is a little bit too high of a level, but that's fine. We can always switch that here in a second. Yeah, so I say like this, drop down to ninth. Okay, yeah. So obviously, making a caster is going to be a lot more complicated than the other classes. Like a full caster is going to be a lot more complicated to make. Making you, I feel like wasn't too difficult, just because clerics I think are a little bit more straightforward as compared to like full blaster mage. So let's start with her ability scores real quick. Nini quite easily has 18 charisma. She's always risen up all the girls into her chat. Actually, do we make her a wizard at all? I think I went also with wizard because of the idea of her having the magical book. She should be a warlock. You think a warlock over like a wizard or a sorcerer? I guess technically warlocks don't have to use like quote unquote dark magic. But the thing was like, who would she have made a pact with? You know, she's a start fox. I see, a start fox. It's like, let's see. just a, just have a loyal, good patron. Yeah, yeah. Because like when it came to the classes, oh my god, please, I swear. Then we'll just so we're gonna have two of them up at once at the very least. Because yeah, like when I was looking at the subclasses for them, I'm like, Nini in games is definitely about exploding things and fire and stuff like that. She is 100% just absolute chaos and destruction at times. So that's why I was thinking originally wizard and give her evocation versus the other ones. I didn't even consider warlock because it was like, does it make sense for her patron to be archfey celestial because of the subclass features? It's like none of these I felt like made sense for who Nini is to give her that stuff. Where I felt like it was apart from the Eldritch Blast, yeah, just go full wizardry. Again, it's a matter of like the class features with charisma scaling level 4 and onwards. I mean, yeah, I could like, yeah. I mean, it's a homebrew. Who the fuck cares? Yeah, actually, so we just make her a charisma scaling wizard then. At that point, she doesn't need a scale off int because it's a homebrew. It works because I say it works. Because yeah, again, like I was looking at all the different subclasses, and it's like I didn't feel like a lot of these. Exactly, just give her a passive that just changes it to scale off charisma, and then whenever I'm making the stat block numbers, I just have it all scale off charisma instead. So yeah, so 18 charisma, easy. Back to over here. Nini often talks about how she got them noodle arms, but she's also able to like lift things surprisingly. So we'll give her 10 strength. It's like, what does it mean she learned magic and know how to use the weave? Yeah, yeah, exactly. Nini is very nimble, clumsy but nimble. Uh, put that at 14. Put that at 16. Will be cracker. Will be cracked. Yeah. It's like I'm trying to think. It's like Nini doesn't have bad health. Mm, no. Yeah. 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 We do that. From cooking and on mobile. No worries. No worries. You know, I'm just teasing you because it's fun and you can't fight back as easily. I would do this, like that. I think this stat layout makes the most sense. Uh-huh. Ba-da-ba-bum. All right. These don't matter anymore. All right, initiative bonus, that would be 2. Passive perception is 10 plus wisdom. Let's So that's 3, 10. Is AC calculated 10? Or is it calculated off 8? I think it's calculated off 8. This one. D&D 5 EAC calculation. Pretty sure that's based off 8. Oh, it's based off 10. I think spell save DC that's based off 8. I think spell DC is based off 8 then. So yeah, 12. Mage armor should pump her to 15. Pass perception. Yeah. All right, hit points. That's gonna be 9d6. Constitution is a little bit lower. 9 times 1 is 9. 9 times 3.5 plus 9. Yep, sounds like a wizard. 40 HP. Math, exactly. D&D's all about math. At least when it comes to this portion of it. Otherwise, it's just simple addition. Damn. 40 HP. She's half HP from like damn near everyone. You know, I'm a comedian, not a math magician, right? I think it's always my favorite part about like seeing casters hit points versus everyone else. Does +9 calc on calculator? It's just simple addition. Hey, shut up. Everyone knows the minute you hit go live, IQ drops like 20 points. Ability to do math and speak properly, abysmal. You're finally happy? GG chat. Yeah, so oh yeah, Ghostly. So you guys, for those who did come in a little bit later, just quick rundown. I am creating step blocks for all 4 of the Kitsune Quartet of Happy, New, Mocha, and everyone. I'll go ahead and show all the arts in case you guys missed those. Here is Happy. She is obviously a barbarian. She has tons of fun little features that are very characteristic of her. My favorite one being her reaction of "huh." Well, he called Nini everyone. I didn't call Nini everyone. But so yeah, it's like by far my favorite feature of Happy's is her "huh" reaction ability, where if someone's casting magic spell at her, she goes in and can smack them with her weapon, trying to break their concentration and stuff like that. Oh, I see. For Happy New Mocha and everyone. Yeah, Happy New Mocha and Nini. Have you been the aggro one? Exactly. So like again, like this is by far like my favorite ability that I gave her. Because I feel like that is so iconic. Whenever I like, catch her streams and if I'm lurking, like going back to sleep, the one thing that always pierces like the dream is when she screams "huh" at things. It is so iconic, in my opinion, for her. So I gave her that. Next we got New, who is our little cleric for the group. She has tons of things related to mostly like her ASMR streams. But my favorite ability that we gave her is obviously her dream brick, which you can also see on her little character, the little brick where she can throw it at people. It does a metric fuck ton of damage, and it has a pretty high wisdom save DC to straight up knock someone unconscious. And they automatically get knocked unconscious if it brings them to under half HP. So tons of fun things with her stat block, because I think she's absolutely great. Let me. Does this go straight back to Mocha's? And then obviously, okay, that won't go straight back to Mocha's. I should be able to find it easily. Money. There we go. And then we got Mocha, obviously. Interesting, because this is the 2024 version versus the 2014 of theirs. Oh, ew. I don't like the 2024 version of stat blocks. This is disgusting. But whatever. Mocha is obviously a ranger. I haven't created a stat block for walnuts or caramel yet, but as a Beastmaster Ranger, she will have Walnut as her main attack ally, and she will have a legendary action that lets her summon both Walnut and Caramel to attack, do like a little combo duo attack, a la Monster Hunter Stories. But yeah, so we gave her, because she absolutely loves Teemo, we gave her obviously the Teemo goggles and glasses. She has the Teemo blowgun, which does pretty good poison damage, mediocre normal damage, but that's fine. It also has a chance to blind targets if they fail the saving throw. Um, she has the Teemo passive. I'm glad you aren't making one. For the fairy would be -4 strength, right? So again, so like I've mentioned this a couple times now. I want to create after I finish these four. I already have the next three that I want to do, like the next grouping that I want to do, and then after that, I have an idea for like the third group that I want to do. I need one more person minimum for the fourth group that I want to do, but I have like a bunch of different like VTubers like I plan to incorporate and do that I regularly watch and follow. But it's a matter of like finding at least three, if not four, to add to each one of the groups. Because the idea is I want to balance all of these stat blocks to be able to be used as a like one stat block encounter, a two stat block encounter, and then like a group stat block encounter where you fight like the entire group, where they will have legendary shared actions to like work off one another and either A, be allies, or B, be enemies that you can throw in your campaign. Would her special ability be to summon me? Well, it depends. It depends how iconic she thinks it is. But yeah, so I try to incorporate as many uh, inside jokes to the streamer as I can and their personality into their stat block as much as possible. Which is why this project has taken me forever, on top of me, being lazy. But it is the hardest part, in my opinion, is making sure that like I feel like I'm doing proper respect to each of the VTubers and really highlighting, what makes them special and what makes their streams and everything so much fun for their community. That way, anyone who does, see the stat block can see like, oh, like the blowgun, this is Teemo. This is very Teemo-esque, or like the curse of gravity because in every game, Mocha's always falling down and stuff like that. Just running joke that the Clara meme from Honkai. Oh yeah, yeah, I know what you're talking about. No, the Chris's Jordan's meme. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. But it's like, yeah, it's definitely a lot of work because I want to make sure I do it right. I want to make sure that each of the stat blocks is very representative of the VTuber themselves, and no, you're fine. Is very representative of them, um, and properly just like for community members of that streamer, that they can see it and like really go, oh yeah, like this is my streamer, this is my VTuber. So I'm putting in a genuine lot of effort, and then I already know who I'm gonna end up just commissioning the hell out of for the rest of the art for the rest of the series. Because like I think that was one of the hardest parts, on top of like obviously everything else. But like I when I was looking for the artist, who I think she did amazing for all four of the Fox Girls, I absolutely love it. It was so hard for me to find her though, because every artist that I found that, in my opinion, had like the right style that I was looking for, I'm like, hey, here's the idea. Are you okay with it? Like, we don't do armor, we don't do weapons, we don't do that. I'm like, God damn it! Every single one, like that I found was like, no, we won't do like any type of armor or weapon. So like the only ones they were like willing to do was like Nini's essentially, because there's like no armor really and there is no weapon. It's just the magic book. Until I found what's her name again? I always forget the pronunciation of it. Uh I should be here somewhere. 1 second. Yes, Mia. Yeah, like so many of them turned it down because they're like, we don't want to draw armor or weapons. But Mia, when I reached out to her, she's like, yeah, I have no issue with that. But you understand, like my art style, like I only like draw like cute girls. I'm like, that's fine. It's like, and it's always in this style. I'm like, that's fine. Like that's literally what I wanted. It's like, but I also wanted just like a little bit of armor, or a little bit of weapons, because I'm like, I don't want this like super anime like heavy weapon type grunge style anyways. I was like, I was just a little bit like draw a bow, draw a staff, draw a great axe. Like I don't need it to be like super anime ass hyper detailed, like, but just visually distinct enough. But so many said no, they didn't want to do that. I'm like, that's fine, that's fine. But yeah, Mia obviously she said she would do it. Yeah, exactly. So like I know who I'm gonna I already know who I'm gonna commission for the rest of the entire series once I continue this. Um, yeah. I hope she's ready. Yeah, I'm glad you like it. Like it was an idea that I had, as I said, like a year and a half ago that I wanted to do. Because I thought it'd be a very fun, cute. Because like I'm not good at drawing. I'm not good at like writing. Like long messages. So it's like, how can I like, not necessarily like show appreciation, but like like my own version of like fan art for the VTubers that like I really appreciate. It's like one of the few things I'm good at is D&D and numbers and balancing the shit out for that type of stuff. So I'm like, I thought this would be a fun idea of like my own version of doing like a fan art contribution to the communities that like I've come to really enjoy being a part of and have enjoyed watching, so on and so forth. So like this is my version of that. So again, it's one of the main reasons why like I want to make sure like the art that I found was really good for it when I calmed the artist, and that like the stat blocks are very representative of the streamer and their personality and like the vibe that they always give. Uh, okay, so Nini's abilities and stats are done. Oh yeah, no. So this would be 15 here. Then it would say, okay, no, 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 yeah, yeah, like that, like that. So like, as much as I want to, branch out and keep doing like more and more VTubers, um, initially, like the list is, as I said, is still fairly small and is a little bit harder. Because ideally, I would also like the stat blocks in the groups that I make them in to coincide with one another. Because okay, you guys can't see it a little bit. I have like a kind of cheat sheet that I use for how I balance my encounters, and the way it's currently set up, you can use any of Happy New Mocha Nini in your campaign easily uh, as a boss fight for a level 3 party, any one of them. At level 5, you can then throw two of them fairly easily and effectively at your party without it being too overwhelming as a boss fight. And then again, you can now throw all four of them at your party at level 10. And I think the sweet spot of D&D is level 3 to level 12. That, in my opinion, is like the biggest power spike, the biggest power gain when you really feel like, everything is amazing. It isn't, not everything is a damage sponge. All of your abilities really are effective. Obviously, once you get like super high level and you get like the crazy spells, like as a caster, that's what you really want. But I feel like you end up just going up against, absolute damage sponges, and encounters are just taking way too long at that point. That that's why I wanted to balance everything for that like level 3 to level 12 range, and try to get them in there so you can potentially use multiple amounts of them at like three major power checkpoints in your campaigns. So as I said, I've put in and am put in a lot of effort to make sure that these are very well done. So I don't want to just pick any VTuber, like any streamer, and create a stat block for them, because then I feel like it's kind of doing a disservice to like them and their community if I just arbitrarily just go, oh, okay, yeah, I'll just pick X or Y person that like I saw once or twice. Like no, I want it to like really really mean something. Really feel like I have paid attention and all that good stuff. Okay, so 8 plus 4 plus 3, 11 plus 4. I can't do math. 15. 15, that's a DC. I was like, God damn it, I can't do math. Okay, it's already 15. I didn't have to change anything. I feel stupid. Uh, This is 4 plus 3, so that's already 7. All right, so I don't need to change anything on there. That's smug me. I'm bad at like I'm not that bad at math, but I'm stupid when it comes to trying to do it sometimes. The Nini? No. Nini has the following wizard spells prepared. I was the same on stream. Exact. It's like when you do it on stream, you just start second guessing everything. And it's like, I can do 1 plus 1. It's like, can I? Am I stupid? Yes, a little bit. Exactly. The amount of times like I'm able to do crazy mental math off stream or like at the weirdest times, but then it's like when I really need it in front of someone, I'm like, oh, no, oh no. Full mouth breather, knuckle dragger. I can't. Uh, fifth level spells is all we're gonna have maxed out at. Thank you for the stretch and hydrate. I could not do any vector math at all. Oh my god. My back. Okay. So I think a lot of the outline is done. But let's save this and then we'll do the quick abilities at the bottom. Senses. All right. We go skills, wizard, blah, 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 blah. Choose 2 from. I feel like history is wrong. No, Nini does know a bunch. Nini Short knows a bunch of facts. So yeah, we give her history. We give her Arcana. Movement. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, yeah, we don't need to change any of these then. Obviously, Nini does have no, not a quarterstaff. She has a dagger because of the Nini stabby emoji, or not emoji, emotes. So obviously this would be dagger. Dagger is a dexterity based weapon. We gave her 14 dex, so that's gonna be a +5 to hit. This is blah blah, blah +5 roll type. Dagger, if I could spell. Dagger roll table, reach 5, 1d4 +2. What is that? Oh my god. What is the math on that? 2.5 +2, 4. Average damage of 4. This +2. Howdy, Annie. Welcome on in. Just finishing up the quick outline I have for Nini's stat block. This is piercing damage. And then, yeah, we get rid of all of that stuff. Yeah, it sucks that you can't search up emotes on mobile. And then because I'm so used to typing emotes also, it's like I'm not typing, Nini Starlight stabby on the keyboard because every time I've tried, it always autocorrects so much of it and then like the emote's wrong. It's like some of the few times where I've typed in an emote improperly in someone's chat and like normally Nini's and she calls me out on it. It's like, yeah, okay, I was on my phone for once typing that and it's like stupid autocorrects or it flubs a letter. So because we went with her light mode, because that was the other tough part about making the stat block for Nini and choosing that one, was I was unsure if we go with dark mode Nini or light mode Nini, and then each one, in my opinion, would have a completely different set of spells. I went with her light mode, so a lot of her spells are going to be more of the starlight aspect of her name and like of her character. So it's gonna be like more arcane and more light based spells. Obviously, we still give her fireball because she has to have that. Versus if we went with her dark mode, if I'd gone with that instead, I would have done significantly, essentially, just like all fire spells. It would have been nothing but fireball, burning hands, what is it, heat metal, and stuff like that. But it's not what we did. There is no way I'm not giving her mirror image, which is one of the best spells in the entire game defensively. It also makes a lot of sense because of her having, her gremlin mode, her defox mode, and her dark mode. Because mirror image summons 3 images of you, 3 shadow clones. So that's actually perfect to give her mirror image for that. And then we'll look at the spells later because spells, in my opinion, is like one of the worst parts about being a caster because there's so many spells. Okay, over here, swap out level, add second level and sixth level of the class. Okay, let's go ahead and just add those things real quick. Evocation, second level. All right, we're gonna have sculpted spells in there. Beautiful. And then potent cantrip. Blood blustering that avoided the brunt of the effect when a creature succeeds on a saving throw against your cantrop. Now additional effects from the cantrip. Alrighty. So there's that portion. I think that's okay. That's the only major portions that we need to add. And then obviously we need to give her still arcane recovery in case you want to utilize her as an ally NPC versus a enemy to fight against. This is important to know for how it works. The use of mind level of 4 or lower. Okay. Oh yeah. Okay. I remember one of the things I was gonna do. Fuck fireball. We were not giving her fireball. We're giving her the spell or like the ability. So like use Dream Brick essentially, and like I think yeah, her Ara Ara, which essentially is a spell, but is better than a spell. Is how we're gonna do it. We're gonna make Fireball essentially a base ability that Nini can do. I will put it on a recharge though. That way you can't just have her just spamming it nonstop. But I like the idea of thank you for the subscription, Devno. Welcome on in. Hope you enjoy the emotes and whatnot. I do plan to have more coming in. Just waiting to get some deranged shit once they open up their comms again. Very much appreciated. Oh my god, that one's also fucked. Oh my god, that one's also fucked. No, she shouldn't be able to catch him on fire. You're crazy. Was another? Fair enough. Fair enough. But because she's evocation wizard king, she should not be able to catch any of her allies on fire unless she specifically wanted to. Oh my god. This one's also filled with the exact same spelling error. You're stuck. No. No, that's correct. You are stuck here now. Energies are made. You're Okay, no, that one is correct. So I messed up the other one by copy pasting this one. Okay. Okay, thank God. So yeah, we're gonna give her a base ability called Burr. Ooh, actually, should her own version of Fireball, her own extra destructive version of Fireball ability be called Burr or Wee Wee Wee? I feel like Wee 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 would be a different spell, where like fire makes brain go burr, you know? Actually, how is okay? It is a double R, so I want to make sure, based on how her emote works, because essentially this is gonna work like Fireball, but be a little bit stronger for its level. And okay, Fireball, but stronger. Recharge on 4. Because recharge on 5 or 6 is a third. This is 2/3. About 2/3. Yeah. So it's more 50-50. On every other turn, she should be able to throw out this fireball. Uh, ooh, okay. What are other good abilities to give her? Oh. Immune to frighten. Uh, brave. Immune to frighten. I know I butchered that spelling, but that's fine. Oh, I'm in the wrong area of the stat block. Cut the and then down here. So this is like the hard part. It's like coming up with the special abilities and like which iconic things do they do that is like easy to put down like as a mechanic and that makes sense. Because like Nini never gets frightened no matter what the spooky game is, unless it's own reflection and stuff like that. Uh, oh yeah. Is charisma. Almost messed that part up for the wording. So if anyone does use it, it would make sense to them at the very least. Uh huh. She has dagger for stabbies. Actually, we'll give her multi attack because I like that the emote does have it is multiple stabs. So we do this. Is it bolded over here? No, it is not. So why does it keep bolding it over here when I paste in this shit? Boom boom, Nini. Then of course it bolds it again. Yeah, this is not even supposed to be italicized. Why is it italicized? Fucking need to be on sometimes. Alright. Did I not say unitalicized? Nini makes 2 attacks using her dagger. Okay. So yeah, she can stab you twice. We got wee wee wee. We got Burr. She's brave. She doesn't ever get frightened. Something to do with nuggies. I feel like if I don't incorporate nuggies somewhere in her stat block, it is just disingenuous to Nini. These might be interchangeable. I'm just not sure. Yeah, I'm not sure exactly how I want to do that. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Um, Wizards don't really get bonus actions. Maybe. Ooh, ooh. Okay, so yeah, this would go here then, and this would be temp HP. So she can eat a nuggy. We'll give 3 uses to give temp HP of. Let's see. We're gonna do 1d8 plus 4 would be 8 HP on average. As a wizard with 40 HP, right? She has, yeah, 40. 48. We could do 2d6, which would be 7 plus 4 of 11. Yeah, 11 feels better. 2d6 plus 4. Actually, because it doesn't make sense for her to scale off her charisma. No, because they're magical nuggets. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah. Okay. So we give her that. We give her this. We give her this. We give her that. She always considers herself unlucky. So let's see. How would we represent that? How would we represent that real quick? How would mechanically that would just incorporate that? uh, you know what? You know what? It's just literally the opposite. Um, yeah, that was what I was about to say. Okay, like I was literally was about to think. It's like literally just the first crit she rolls is automatically has to be re-rolled. First that 20 has to be re-rolled. One per day. You're hmm. This okay. So I still don't know what I want to do for wee wee wee, but we have bird wee wee wee, brave unlucky nuggy. This is a fire in dark mode. I will add a little bit of flavor text on mirror image that it looks like all of her different models of gremlin, defoxed, and dark mode. Here's what the clones look like. We have the Nini Stabby here. Oh my god. I need to create her familiar. Familiar stat block. Familiar if I could spell. Familiar stat block. Nova. I don't even know how I almost forgot Nova was gonna be has to be a part of the Nini stat block. There's no way I can't have Nova there. So there should be a familiar. Actually. So Nova passive skill if on Nini's shoulder. No, not on her shoulder. If within 5 feet of ally. So any ally, because Nova's a yapper. 5 feet of any ally. Uh, counter spells are done at disadvantage and always have to be rolled. So normally counterspell works if you counterspell at a higher spell level or at the same spell level as the spell, it automatically counters it. So a third level fireball, third level counterspell instantly cancels. However, if it's like a third level a fifth level fireball being countered by a third level counterspell, you need a roll for it, and you roll a d20 and add your spellcasting ability modifier, and you have to roll higher than them rolling a d20 and their spellcasting ability modifier. But if Nova is within 5 feet of whoever is casting that spell, because she's such a yapper, they can't properly hear what spell they're having to counter. So they always have to roll, even if it is the same spell level or higher, does not matter. And they have to roll it at disadvantage. Disadvantage. There we go. Okay. So we got Nova. We have Nova's special ability of being a yapper. Unlucky, brave. I still gotta figure out what I'm gonna do for wee wee wee. We got Burr. We got Nuggy to give her some temp HP, and we got the Dagger Stabby. And we have the basic wizard shenanigans. I still need to do her spells. So so this obviously needs to be done. And then her spells obviously need to be done, but like that's normal. I expect to do those later. And then obviously her legendary action needs to be incorporated. But I think outline wise, Nini's stat block is done. Yeah, I feel like this is a very strong point to finish off. Arguably, I feel like the easiest stat blocks for me were Happy was it was so straightforward. Happy was like unbelievably straightforward. It was just Barbarians get so many features because martial classes in general are super front loaded with their features because almost everything is a passive for them because they don't have spells. So like it was just a lot of typing to figure out all that stuff. So like her clever and handsome was easy. Her chef's kiss was super easy to do. The rest of these are all just like base features. And then obviously, we give her like skibbity, we give her a bunch of like different speeds and stuff like that. But yeah, it's like hers was fairly simple and straightforward. New was also pretty straightforward and easy. I felt like a lot of these were just like right off the dome, just like made sense with like how she plays when she is playing like co-op games with the rest of the Fox girls, or just like her streams being like very, very like core themed around those things. Mocha's always so chaotic, and because of it being a ranger, it feels very difficult or confusing, or felt very difficult and confusing on how to give her proper abilities. But I feel fairly confident with the Beastmaster giving her Walnut, giving Walnut, his special abilities, incorporating Caramel and all that good stuff, Curse of Gravity, her mental, non-toxic, which again, I need to flesh those out in terms of like the flavor text and then incorporate it properly in the stat block. Yeah, I need to figure out her spell save DC and the spell hit, which is really easy. And then yeah, Nini's also is like a fairly straightforward one. It's just a matter of like, because she is a full caster, that was like my biggest like hurdle when I was originally planning out this video and like this idea, like a year and a half ago, was I didn't know what to make the spells. Just because it is so difficult. Oh yeah, we have to give her this as a base attack. So actually, let's copy that over. Boom, arcane blast. That is the base attack. Oh god. Nini, why are you here? No. The one time. The one time. That's fine. It is what it is. I'm just working on. No, you're fine. You're fine. It's just a special project that I've been working on for a long time that I'm finally finishing up. Um, I think it's a lot of fun. We need to drop this by 1, and that's a +4. I was so confused. Yeah. So obviously I'm super big into D&D, and one thing I was doing or wanted to do a while ago was because I'm not like super good at art or any of that other stuff. I was like, am good at D&D. I'm fairly good at balancing and creating things in D&D. So I was going through and making D&D stat blocks for you and the rest of the KQ group. Happy's is already done. News is already done. Mocha's is essentially done. I just have to do a little bit of like flavor text stuff. And then we just finished outlining yours. I'm still unsure on what to do for this ability, but yeah, that's all done. I won't re-show the other arts, but that is what your art looks like for your character in stat block. It does say wee wee wee. Because the whole point is like, it's supposed to, I wanted to incorporate as many things as I can from each of your guys' streams, personalities, like little jokes and all that other stuff into your guys' stat blocks. On top of, doing normal D&D shenanigans. And that is like the only one I'm not sure what to make the ability on. But like I know it has to be an ability. I'm just not sure what to do with it. They don't have any other. So yeah, this is pretty much what this is gonna be, but just fire. And then, yeah, I don't think this one makes sense at all. So I'm not gonna do anything here. Take anything from that stat block. Don't do anything over there. Yeah, like magic. So you are a wizard. And that is the stat block base I am using for you, Nini, because you do magics and you got magic book. It was a little tough because I wasn't sure if I wanted to do your dark mode or your light mode. I ended up going with your light mode. So obviously we still give you one fire spell or one big fire spell, butter. But the rest of your magics are going to be more light, radiant damage type stuff because Nini Starlight and all that good stuff. We also gave you Nova. I need to create a stat block for Nova real quick also, which should be very easy because it's just going to be a familiar. But yeah. Lightning. All right. Lightning. That means something. I still need to figure out like what exactly the effect would look like and be, so I can like write up the mechanics for it. But I feel fairly confident with the outline I have for yours. I feel like I like hit on a lot of the key points of what makes your streams so much fun. Did I spell it wrong myself? Lightning. No, I spelled it right. They made me doubt myself. I just like saw yours and typed exactly what I saw. It's like, yeah, we got butter, we got wee. We got the fact that you're brave, so you're immune to the frightened. You can't be scared whatsoever. You're good. You're good. You are a charisma based wizard instead of an intelligence based one because you be risen up everyone. Always bringing all the cute girls to your stream. Um, yeah. You got double dagger stabbies because of your stabby emote that I like to use all the time. Obviously, we have a nuggie that you can eat to give you temporary HP. You can eat 3 magical nuggies that you make. And then, yeah, I just have to figure out what exactly the lightning something is going to be. Because Burr is essentially a fireball, but a little bit stronger. And I don't know if I want to make wee, just essentially lightning bolt, but a little bit stronger, or if I want to create a different lightning spell altogether for this. Because I know I need to, in general, also create these 2 spell stat blocks. And I need to create a special mirror image for you also. So it specifically states that it uses your Gremlin mode, your Dark Nini mode, and your Defox Nini mode as the images that it summons. And I think 5.5 times 3, 15, 16 and a half, plus 4, 20. That's math. Yeah. I mean, it's like my version of fan art because as I said, I'm not good at drawing myself. I don't got like I'm very bad at articulating myself at times also when it comes like written messages. It's like, this is what I'm good at and can kind of, do. And then I've mentioned it a couple times now, but it's like I think this is a fun idea and serious, so I want to also expand this into other VTubers that I also enjoy. So I already know who I'm gonna do for the next batch. I'm 95% certain who I'm gonna do for the third batch. I need one more person for the fourth batch, and then it gets a little muddy after that. Because like I have VTubers that I want to do, but I don't know enough people to like group with them to make it work out. Because the way I currently have you and the other Fox Girls designed is that you can be used in the campaign at like 3 different major level points. At level 3, you can easily use any one of them. At level 5, you can use any 2 of them. And at level 10, you can use all 4 of them. And it all be still balanced and challenging. So that's ideally how I want to set them all up. I don't want them to be just like disconjointed VTubers like in the groupings that I do. I want them to all be somewhat related and all that stuff. New is a cleric. Um, a lot of her things do healing, but she does have the Dream Brick, which does a metric butt ton of damage and knocks people out. Because of course it does. But a lot of her things are very healing or support type stuff. And then Happy is a barbarian. Still, the my favorite ability that I've created was her where if thank you for the hydrate king, where if someone casts a spell at her and she's close to them, she can run up on them and just hit them again to try to break the spell or interrupt it. And then yeah, and then Mocha, she is a ranger. So I need to create a stat block for Walnut and Caramel, so she can use them in combat with her. But yeah, I don't think any of them have seen it yet. I know I've been showing the art for Yeah, I think you just happened to come in. I was like low key is like, yeah, you just happened to come in because I know Wednesday. Wednesday, I talked about it a lot that I was gonna do this today, and I like double checked that you weren't in chat anymore before like I continued and talked and showed all the art. Um, but yeah, I've been showing off all the art a lot lately on my recent streams because I've been wanting to finish this project and finally got around to saying, "Fuck it, I need to stop stalling it and finish it out." Just because you already have like a spoiler, I'll show you what the other one. Yeah, your Nini Shirk senses. If you were talking about her. So I'll go ahead and show you what the other arts are, just because you already have a little spoilery now. But this one is Happy's for her barbarian. These are all from the same artist. Then we got New and her dream brick that you can see on the little person on her belt. Then we got Mocha. Obviously, we have to give her the Timo glasses, the goggles, and the helmet. Well, she's a ranger. And then, obviously, yeah. Then we have you. What's unfortunate, kind of. Yeah, that was what I was saying. Like, that's the only like real unfortunate part. Is like I started this idea and project a year and a half ago, and then I put it on the back burner because I got hard stuck and just didn't finish it. Um, Mostly because like yours in Mocha Stat Block was one of the hardest ones for me to like figure out ideas for on what abilities to add. Um, until like about 6 months ago, and then I was like, oh, I should probably get around to finishing that project, and then didn't still. And then everyone's like re-debuting, showing off new models, and I was like, like I have old art. Like, hopefully it's still fine. But yeah, imagine finishing right. I have so many like half-done projects and ideas where like I'm right there at like the 80% mark, and it's like, nah, I'm not gonna finish this. Yeah, can't play needing the game version, right? So like, what that's the other fun thing about the way I'm trying to create the stat blocks is I know some DMs whenever people just come to the table, especially if they're new to the game and don't know what's going dog dig. I'm missing. Oh yeah, you are. Pareto principle. 80% of the work takes. Yeah. Oh, 100%. But it's like a lot of DMs will create like kind of like stock standard stat blocks to give to new players. Sometimes or like stock standard character sheets for people who are like trying to play D&D for the first time, and obviously it can be overwhelming for new players. So it's like, hey, here's just a generic stat block. You can use this. That is another reason why I'm kind of creating them the way I'm doing it, because they're roughly supposed to be like level 7 to 9 characters in terms of like their abilities, and I'm making sure like I fully fill them out with everything that is necessary for a character that would be that level. That way, if someone was like, "Oh, I want to, try playing the Nini Starlight stat block like in a campaign or something," uh, they could potentially do that or use them as like an NPC in their world and stuff like that. Yeah, that is the idea of why and how I'm creating a lot of them. That's a very valid point. Oh, 1 second. We gotta save this. Otherwise, it's going to delete everything. Why the hell is it saying that? Changes may not be saved. Cancel? What the hell do you mean? I'm not leaving the page. I want to save. Just save. All right, I'll end it all. What's it? What am I losing? No, kept all that, kept all that, kept all. Okay, I don't know what I lost. Whatever. Skills. Boom, boom, boom. Perception. Yep. You're always able to find the hidden vowels so easily. And then so +3, +3. Actually, additional bonus of 2, so it'll be +5 total. Then, yeah. So do like that. Because I was actually thinking that, in general, it's like you always have like a weird sixth sense. I don't say weird. I don't mean it like that, but like you always have a sixth sense, like you said, of people talking about you. And I was like, should I make that an ability where you have like extra perception senses? It's like I'm not sure, because I'm not sure how I would, what the mechanic behind that would be. Because it didn't make sense to give you blind sight. Ooh. I think you're gonna have like the most abilities out of all of them. Uh, Divinations, but I forget the name of it. Divination recharge 6. I mean, it happens a lot where people forget details of my character. Yeah. That does make sense. Yeah, if people are messing up the things about your character often, you just develop that habit of being able to like hyper fixate. What? 'Cause I know I sent her your old ref sheet. I guess I really am just like giga blinds that I missed that then. Yeah, I'm giga blind because it's even in your old ref sheet that's there, and same with the brown on top. So I should have corrected her on that a long time ago. That's on me. That's on me. Being giga blind. What is that divination spelled out that I'm trying to remember? Spells, school, divination. I think I'm thinking scry, but I can't be certain. I had to make it havoc because when I finish things. Oh, I see. Again, like it makes sense. I should have done better. I think the other issue, no, because I still looked at him after. 'Cause I know like the artist was like in a completely different time zone, so like they would be messaging me at, like 2, 3 a.m. Like, hey Key, what do you think about this progress and all that other stuff? And like be like answering at 2, 3 a.m. um, but that's no excuse. There's another one that I was thinking that I just saw it and now I can't see it again. Not detect thoughts, divination, not foresight. Okay, no. So I think it is scrying. So yeah, we then put, where the hell is it? Oh, that's what it lost. Or did I put it somewhere else? No, okay, that's what I lost. The short senses did cast. I can't spell this. Read. Oh, I can't spell. I can't spell. Recharge 6. There we go. I'm just messing up everywhere lately. But yeah. So this way, because you always know when people are talking about you. You essentially get free cast of scrying that you can do. Mm, actually, we'll just do one a day. Blah blah blah. I gotta create a Nova. I gotta create a Karma. I gotta create a Walnut. Need to create 2 spells, 3 spells. Yeah, that's easy enough. That's easy enough to do. Save that again so I don't lose these a second time. But I thought I really wouldn't finish today. So yeah, all the essential outline is done. It's essentially just all flavor text now, and then just hard mechanic writing. Um, and then I need to confirm exactly. Oh, it's because I'm on the wrong tab. Okay, we close that one then. I got a lot more work done. I thought I was gonna get done. Managed to actually finish all the parts that I wanted to finish. As I said, flavor text is easy. Writing the hard mechanics around these isn't that hard. I didn't think I'd finish, but I did. Nice. Oh, but I did stream a lot longer than I was thinking of doing, so that's why I finished. uh, yeah. So essentially, the step blocks are all done, minus just fleshing out some of the mechanics and the spells. Creating the familiars is going to be really easy, very quick, short, and simple. Um, and then the only other major thing I need to do is figure out what legendary actions you guys are all going to have and how the shared legendary action mechanic will work. And yeah, essentially this is done. Now it's at 90% done. And I can wait another year and a half to finish the last 10%. Well, I'll probably try to finish this in the next couple weeks, something like that. Oh, I'm just glad that. Oh yeah, I also need to do the spells. So yeah, I'm almost done. I'm almost done. Shouldn't take me too much more. But that I think will be all for me today. We gotta. Thank God I do these things. Oh yeah, flash my background again. I forgot that that's what that does. Because it doesn't do it on my side, but I do that. This, that. Save. Go back to this. All right. So yeah. So all fix right. It's like once all of them have completely new models and all the art is fully out of date, that's whenever I can release the video. That's when I can be done. So no, I gotta finish these ASAP. That way it's not Omega even more out of date and even more wrong and inaccurate than it already is. But thank you all for joining me. It's been an absolute pleasure. Uh, I can't believe I like pretty much finished all the like all the hard parts. Of them are done. Now it's just the little bit of fleshing out of the actual mechanics around how the abilities will work, writing out the numbers for the maths. Um, these are done essentially, and then yeah, the legendary actions for the shared legendary action thing. But that's easy peasy mode stuff. The hard part was just like the generic idea and the abilities themselves. But thank you for joining me. It's been a pleasure. I can't wait to finish this in the next like couple weeks. doing a little bit every now and then. I sadly need to actually go into the office today, even though I don't want to. Today is supposed to be my day off, but a lot of my coworkers are out on vacation right now, so I have to pick up all their mess, which sucks. So gotta go in, gotta do that. Uh, I think the worst part is like the work I need to do today is like 20 minutes worth of work. I need to drive in 30 minutes forwards and back, so an hour of commuting for 20 minutes worth of work. I had to do that on Wednesday. I had to go in for literally 5 minutes worth of work, and I'm like, like I hate commuting. It's like there's an hour gone. It's like there's an hour. Just bye bye. Because I had to because my direct boss, they're currently. I see. I would if I could. The issue is it was people's paychecks. Because my boss who runs the payroll for our company, he was out and he's like, "Hey, Key, we trust you enough to do payroll for us. We need you to go in and do payroll." I'm like, "Okay, I can just do it all. Everyone's direct deposit." He's like, "Yo, except for this one coworker, she recently just switched over to wanting paper checks again." And I'm like, "Are you kidding me?" So I have to go in so I can actually physically get the checks from their office and print them out. It's like, are you kidding? He's like, I have to come in just to print one check. But it is what it is. It is what it is. And today, that's all I have to do again. I have to go in, collect the checks, and deposit them. And that's it. And then I can come home again. And then Tuesday, I go back in for 5 minutes to print a check. They don't get their paycheck till Monday. I don't want to go in at all. Like, ideally, I want to wait. It's like, I think my boss comes back from vacation on the 15th. Like, I would be like, you don't get paid till the 15th. Make it work. Wait it out. I don't want to go in. I hate I hate going in for like 5 minutes worth of work. Because what's really killing me is it's the start of the month. It's the start of the second quarter. I guess technically third quarter. So I have like quarterly reports that I'm also doing, which I did not factor in losing 3 hours worth of time, having to come in 3 days the next couple of days, uh, to like my normal work schedule. So like now I actually need to like focus and get my work done. I'm still ahead on time because I just macro my entire job, but it's like, you mean I actually have to focus for once? Don't do that. Let me just coast. I optimized my job for a reason. I got it automated down to the point where like I do almost nothing all day, except for like be ready for someone to message me like, "Hey, Key, we need something." Just for me to tell them, "No, you're wrong. Here it is. Please stop asking me." But that's that. Gotta get ready for that nonsense cry that I need to drive in. But I will be doing some more Baldur's Gate tomorrow, and then more Darkest Dungeon on Sunday for anyone who is interested in either of those two things. Um, Baldur's Gate again is like a great representation of playing D&D in a video game. It is because it's literally based off Fifth Edition, which is what those stat blocks I was creating is based on. So that's all that stuff. We did finish Resident Evil 2 this week, so we're gonna be starting Claire's run. Yeah, Claire's run through of Resident Evil 2 on Wednesday, next Wednesday, which is exciting. Fully finish that out, hardcore, and then we can move on to Resident Evil 3. But said Resident Evil 3 is really short, so I feel like I might be able to finish that in one stream also if I just do like 1 giga stream. Um, Otherwise, 2 weeks on that. Then we do Resident Evil 4, every mode on that. And yeah, we just burn through all the Resident Evil games. We just do them all hardcore. Who gives a shit? We bash our head against the wall. It wasn't that bad. It was kind of bad, but it wasn't that bad. Uh, but yeah, and then once we finish all those, then I'll go back through and do Resident Evil 5 and 6. Rika already told me he'd be dog dig to do Resident Evil 5 with me, so I'll do those with him. But yeah, I think that's all I have on my end. Hope you guys all have a fantastic rest of your day, or if you're in the future, like Kat and Demora, your night. Because yeah, it's like 10 o'clock for you. And I think Demora is like, I think you're 12 hours ahead of me. Oh, so it's like 2 a.m. for you. Holy shit. But yeah, yeah. Hope you guys all have a fantastic rest of your days. Thank you for joining me. It's been an absolute pleasure. We'll see you guys next time. Well, wait. Normal shilly self. I always forget to shill because I hate shilling. But I do have YouTube. It is where the final thing for this series will be on. Will be over there over on YouTube. Um, Along with any other D&D or board game video if you guys are interested in those things. Uh, let's see. I'm not sure who to raid. So I think we'll just call it because I also just need to like dip. I need to get to the office because if I wait any longer, traffic's gonna be miserable and I will run into a light pole. But yeah, thank you all for joining me. It's been an absolute pleasure. We won't raid today. Shield the YouTube. That's all I like shilling. And then over on YouTube. And why isn't this available? Let me just, and then over here, we just shield the Discord. Oh yeah, gotta shield the Discord. I always forget about that one. If you guys are interested in D&D board games, yapping about video games, all that good stuff, feel free to join that. Um, but yeah, I think that's all I have on my end. Opening everything incorrectly because I moved shit on different monitors. But that's all I have on my end. I already said like 5 times. I'm gonna stop rambling. I'm just gonna, yeah. Have a good day, guys. No, no, I'm not muted. I was literally just ending, Yui. You caught me just at the tail ends. Yeah, yeah. No, you're fine. You're fine. I was just working on special project. It's fine. I'll quickly just show you. I'll quickly just show you. What it was all about. What I was working on. This over here. So was working on creating D&D stat blocks for the Fox Girls. Um, just finished Nini's the outline for it. I just have to create the spells, and the one ability that I still need to figure out. Uh, we finished Mocha. I just had to flesh out the flavor text for hers, and I gotta create a stat block for Nova, Walnut, and Caramel. Um, then we got New. Hers has been done for a while, and then we have Happy, which was one of the first ones that I finished. But yeah, creating D&D stat blocks for all of them for fifth edition. Uh, but yeah, they're pretty much completely done. Thank you for the hydrate, King. Definitely will do that. Water bottle's currently empty, so gonna go chug a whole water bottle again and then drive to the office. But yeah, so this is a project that I've been working on for like a year and a half. Um, got hard stuck, put it down, didn't ever forget about it, just didn't ever touch it again until recently. I'm like, I need to finish this. So yeah, so finally getting around to finishing it, and I managed to make significant progress on it. 7 year DM and a 14-year player. Yeah, I think I've been DMing for how old am I? Old? Yes, 5 years. Yeah, I think I've been in DM for 5 years now. Oh my god, I'm old. Ugh. I've only been playing for like 7 years though, because I didn't start playing until after I graduated. But yeah, I love D&D. It's so much fun. I mentioned before, I think my favorite levels are levels 3 to 12. I think that is like peak D&D. That's also where it's like balanced around. After that, I feel like things just become a little bit too much of a slogfest on either end. But yeah, so the idea is like set blocks are almost done. Then I will post them and release them, and make small little YouTube video highlighting them and all that good stuff. But yeah, and then because I have mentioned a couple times, I do plan to continue this series, but with more VTubers, more groups. I already know what the next group is going to be. I already know the next three. I need to confirm if the fourth I'm thinking of would make sense in their group. Um, yeah, no, you're fine. You're perfectly fine. Uh, so I already know what the next three at least. So the next group I want to do, and a potential fourth for that group. I just have to confirm with them if it makes sense to them to have that fourth in there. Uh, I have an idea of what the third group is going to be after that. I have an idea of what the fourth group is going to be. Ads. No, can I snooze? Where snooze ads? Okay, no, I can finish in 5 minutes. I don't need to snooze them. Blah, 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 words with words. So you already know what like the next group for sure. At the bare minimum, I know the solid three. The fourth is a very optional one. So I need to confirm with one of them if they think the fourth makes sense. Group 3 and 4 are a little iffy for me because group 3, I don't know who the third person will be for that one. Group 4, I need a third person. Um, and then it's just like after that, I have a whole bunch of other VTubers that I want to create stat blocks for, but I don't know how to group them, and that is my biggest issue with them. Because ideally, I want them to like work in groups because they are balanced around and designed around using multiple of them as your party gets higher level. So you can end up using like the entire group. But yeah, that's a mechanical thing on my end that I need to figure out. But it's also just like finding VTubers that are like close enough or related enough to one another that I also know that person. Otherwise, I need to spend time learning about that other VTuber, because that's the issue with group 3. Is I know two of them really well. The third person that they suggested, I don't know, so I need to look into them. That way, I can make the stat block, you know, make sense and incorporate their personality and like stream jokes and stuff into it. But yeah, no, it's I think it's a fun series because yeah, there's a bunch of VTubers I want to cover. It's just a matter of not working a good party. See, but like I don't think that's a big deal. I don't think it's a issue if you're chaotic evil, because it's not necessarily like, oh man, does everyone's alignments have to coincide? It's more a matter of like, do like would as like individuals you guys all be like chill? You know what I mean? But yeah, like I know you're on the list of people I want to potentially incorporate. Yui, Arcadia, you're also there. I have a few others, but it's like finding groupings for everyone is like the hardest part. Just because it isn't like, I don't know, it's fun. I enjoy it, but I want to make sure that like I'm doing proper like respect and homage to everyone's streams and stuff, and like the personalities and characters and the lore behind the characters. So it is like a lot of research on my end of like, I think I rewatched like Happy's lore video, like read her thing multiple times. Same with like News. I don't. No. I just News was more like based on like her stream personality. Mocha's lore video I watched multiple times. Nini's lore video I've watched multiple times, just to make sure I was able to like get and incorporate as much as I could. Because to me, again, that is the fun part of this series idea, is really making it feel like a proper like fan art, or my version of fan art to the streamer, just because I'm not good at drawing and stuff like that myself. Be all right, for realsies this time. Gotta head out so I can go to the office, cry that I need a commute for no damn reason, just to go deposit some checks. But I will see you guys next time. As I said, we'll be doing Baldur's Gate tomorrow, Darkest Dungeon Sunday. No, you're perfectly fine. You're perfectly fine. Um, More Resident Evil on Wednesday, so on and so forth. But yeah, hope you guys all have a great rest of your nights or days or whatever time zone you're in, because everyone's in different time zones. Or at least I know enough of you guys aren't all in the States. And at that point, it gets really wonky with your time zones. Whether you're far enough in the future that you're like at nighttime or far enough in the future that you're only at daytime. But yeah. Hope you guys all have a great rest of your nights. I will be heading out now.